You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, I guess we got 3 mics.
One for each.
More mics than we need. Morning, Charles.
Hello. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Fine.
Good.
You're fine.
Good.
Yeah, we tried to go through this, your debrief last night, the printed one. This all the stuff that you guys did on tape, your tech debrief, to get those so that we try and not repeat, only amplify stuff. And so we've tried to come up, we don't have much time to do that, but I hope we got most of that stuff. And
Okay.
if you think we're hitting some area that you think, is a conflict with that, we'll yell and tell us, and we'll
Alrighty.
change her around. And some of the things, now there were some things that you guys said yesterday, when I was in the project debrief that probably bear on some of these too.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
It's cold in here this morning.
Yeah?
Good morning, Bill. Hi.
Hey, Craig.
Are we using those mics?
I don't know. We're gonna hot them on. Hot them on the floor.
Before we, start asking questions, identify yourself so that
Yeah.
people that
Yeah.
transcribing know our voices.
Yeah.
Say
Okay.
who these people are.
Right. Somebody know about sources of calcium, sources of potassium in the diet.
Sources of potassium in the diet.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that from somebody.
Yeah, I think Smith and Rapp would know that.
Yeah, I'd like to know how much we really had.
Yeah, I don't know offhand.
Yeah, I don't either,
We don't have any.
but that's some stuff I'd like.
Saw a picture today, it was a lot better than the one they had yesterday.
More interesting too. Sorry about that.
Camera on the door of the.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got some things here that I thought I'd say a couple of things. Thinking of the requirements is the first thing.
Another one, the audit.
We should have.
Yeah,
It's in the,
yeah. Yeah,
That's gonna be hard to do.
Watch the action.
I don't know.
there isn't anything you can do. I heard what you did.
Okay, the show's all yours.
What kind of a format do you have in mind today?
Okay,
Questions and answers.
yeah, questions and answers. I guess we ought to, for the tape, identify this Dr. Berry and for the medical debriefing, and I'll try and ask most of the questions. If people have some here, we'll try and hand them in that way. If they're not, will you identify yourself? And I think they can identify you guys' voices pretty well already on the tape, so there shouldn't be any problem with the tape thing.
Chuck, I think we're gonna have to peek up those mics.
They're not loud enough?
It's a little down, yeah.
Mr. Bernhardt.
Where is he?
I'll take care of it. Probably outside, I guess.
Can you get him to turn them up some?
Well,
We can yell for a while here if it'll help, and then we can get them to turn them up some.
give us a test count.
You just speak up loud.
1,
One,
2,
two.
3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2,
I
1.
think it's coming out of those.
Is that where it's coming from there?
Craig will get somebody in.
Say something else.
They got Tom.
Try it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test out.
It's not any better, it's way down.
Ah,
I think the knob's wrong on this.
Mark,
You're
you
reading
chop
it
it
loud
out.
and clear back there.
well, it's not coming in
They're
there
not
though.
getting it loud enough in there.
They're not getting it in there.
Okay.
We can hear them great, but they're not hearing us very well.
We're hearing both of you real fine back there. They want that mic turned on.
Yes, inside.
Inside. The speaker, not the mic.
Okay.
That's better, whatever they did.
I set it on the minimum setting in here instead of the max. The max seems to be me and vice versa.
Oh, really?
Hey, that's a lot better.
Okay, that did it.
Okay.
It's labeled wrong.
They're just screwed up in there.
That's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear now.
It's great.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
Beautiful.
good show. Okay, I'm going to start a little bit out of order here, but one of the things that sort of pervades it all is medical requirements. And in this section 27, you had some comments about the medical requirements, and I thought we ought to just get one question with you. In explaining the medical requirements, we have one opportunity to do that with Deke, of course, at the time that we're trying to get the medical requirements document published. The second, the only opportunity we really get to go over that with you was at the 30-day debrief, 30-day briefing prior to the flight. Now, did you guys feel that you had an understanding of what the requirements were? Because when I read this, it sounds like you did not. Is that true?
I think I read the forms, Chuck, and understood in general what you were after, at least the number of sessions we had.
I think it's a question of degree here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of the things we try is a very valid thing, like Al's comments about, you should substantiate the requirements. No question about that. They should be clear. They should be clear to you in the sense that you ought to know that what you are doing is worthwhile and the stuff is used and it isn't wasted somewhere down the line. Somebody isn't just doing it for fun.
Yeah.
And we try, that's something we try to iron out pretty hard in our own house. And one of the things I'd like to do is if you guys end up at sometime before the end of the quarantine period here and have some time, we ought to have that data together by then, and then prior to the time that we end up getting you out, if you've got an hour sometime, we might be able to go over with you and show you, here's what we saw with you with the lab data and the whole bit, and say, because it's very hard to get back together again after you get out of here to do that sort of thing. Everybody says they'd like to know what happened to them. We could do that to you in here and tell you that, and here are the samples that were used to do that, so you have some idea, understanding about how that happened. Would that be worthwhile to you?
Yeah, the comment was made not from a point of view of a specific complaint about our flight, but just, I think, a continuing understanding between the two directorates.
We agree.
Ahead of time, because it's the kind of thing, well, just like with other scientific experiments, unless the crew understands the reasons and agrees with it, the thing isn't going to be a successful experiment.
Amen.
So the comment wasn't made from a point of criticizing anything specifically about our protocol at all. Just to reiterate what everybody ought to know but doesn't always think about.
Yeah, good.
And I think, Chuck, also, probably the last few weeks before flight is not the time to try to brief the crew on the medical requirements. At that time, their thoughts are quite a bit on other things, and perhaps it needs to come earlier than that.
That's a good point.
I think each one of us is concerned with ourselves medically, as the medical effects, the physiology of flight, et cetera, but the last few weeks, you just can't get yourself cranked up to really think about those things, except for the things that are going to happen to you so you can be mentally prepared for it.
Right.
I think I may have precipitated that comment, at least when we got to that area and started that, about And I guess it really wasn't a complaint, Chuck, as much as just a statement that it's a drag, you know, going through collecting urine for 24 hours and so forth. And,
No question.
And you know, I just wanted to toss it in that you sure hope that it's worthwhile, and I think it would be interesting to sit down and see what you're really doing with all that.
Good. I think that's really needed, because we're trying to do that right now with the Skylab crews, to tell you what we really know about what happens to man, what we know from the Russian side of the thing as to what's happened on even their longer one, put the thing together and say, here's what we don't know and why we need to know it.
Well, I think we understood, or I understood your need to work out the total body water bit, but the actual mechanics of how that fit into a 24-hour urine collection 6 times and all the blood drawing and how that all fit into the picture, the theoretical picture you were painting for us, I never understood that.
Good. Okay. Fair enough.
You know, I think everybody understands all these things. Why don't we make a specific recommendation at this point? Now, you know, all the flight crews have a training plan which is set up about the time that the flight crews are designated, and includes all kinds of things on the simulators and scientific briefings and everything else. And why wouldn't the best way to do it would actually to schedule the time for medical briefings early in the training program? Because I think if you all, conversely, if you all feel that an experiment's worthwhile doing, you want to get your protocol settled early in the game so you have all the equipment or whatever you need
Amen.
ready, so that it will be a satisfactory test. So I would suggest that maybe sometime something be scheduled in the crew training program early in the game.
And I should
Where it
think,
becomes one of those things you've got to check off, like systems briefings and everything else.
and I should think that briefing should consist of a bit of the theoretical thing you're trying to do,
Right.
followed by the mechanics and the protocol.
Of what that means to you.
Yeah, that's right. The mechanics of how you go about doing it, and the number of punctures, and where you're going to do it, and how many urine samples, and this sort of thing.
Great.
Just so the guys understand.
Great. Okay. Will do. I think that's great. I'd like to go back and pick up one then on the exercise area. You mentioned this in the debrief, and you mentioned it again in the yesterday. But can you give me some idea? Now, you said you missed, as I remember the debriefing statements here, you commented that you missed 1 day on the way out and 1 day on the way back. And can you say what you did in time, what the exercise consisted of, what you did roughly in time? I know you won't know to the minute or a second or anything, but as roughly as you can. And then if you have any idea, did you try and judge what you did as far as, did you try and get a heart rate increase, or did you try and judge your exercise level in any way? And this is particularly important for us in trying to separate out the effects that are different between the two of you who are on the surface versus Stu, who was in the spacecraft all the time. So we want to keep that, we want to get that straight if we can. Could you just sort of brief the exercise as to the way you did it? Maybe each of you have to do it because you probably did it differently.
Well, what we were shooting for was about a 10-minute period per day, exclusive of the 2 days of lunar surface activity for the two of us. And Stu was going to try to get about a 10-minute period per day for including those days. The method of exercise during the 10-minute period was to use this exogym device which we have, and to operate that in such a fashion that the old, what they call the big four, where you start out with your legs and your feet in 2 loops and your hands controlling the friction device from a crouch position to a full stretch out, and do that several times. Then hold the fixed loops and use the legs on the movable loops, and then hold the fixed loop with the toes and use the biceps on the movable loops. That's the general pattern that we tried to follow, but we didn't make all of those time periods. We missed the first day out because of, well, we didn't have it scheduled the first day out.
Well, it was in the flight plan, but we hadn't. I don't think anybody's going to exercise the first day anyways.
No.
In
It's a busy day.
Yeah. In fact, it should never have been in the flight plan to exercise the first day.
Pretty hard to get that in that first day. I don't see
You
how
have
you
the problem
do
with the
it.
docking probe, so that puts it behind.
You don't really need it in that first day anyway.
Pardon?
You don't really need it in that first day. The trooper knows.
Well, in retrospect, I think that it would probably have alleviated some of the sore back muscles that first day if we'd gone ahead and done it. In my case, anyhow.
It was kind of like one of those things where they said, okay, you want to exercise, you put it in the flight plan. I said, yeah, we got to have it in the flight plan, we won't do it. Where are we going to put it? I said, put it in before lunch every day, before the mid-meal every day, and that's how we got in there.
Okay. Now, you said exergym, or is it the exergenie?
Extra gym, I think.
Exergym's a trade name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're both similar devices.
It's the same thing. It's the friction one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so 10 minutes a day is what you had programmed for the thing. And did you have any? Did you feel that you really got a fair amount? Did you get up any increase in breathing rate or heart rate that you were aware of when you did it?
Yeah, we didn't do it quantitatively, but certainly.
Yeah.
I always tried to stop short of cracking a sweat. It's just not desirable to get all sweaty in the spacecraft. And I felt like I was pulling it somewhere around 10 to 15 minutes. I could feel the heart rate going up and the breathing going up, but I would never do it to the point of a sweat. And it's not a vigorous exercise, it's more of it's a tension exercise.
Right.
We put enough load on it where it was a hard pull, but a slow pull.
Okay, Stu, did yours go about that same way then for the whole time, even when you were
No,
alone?
I'd like to just summarize exercise in my case. I probably didn't exercise as much in retrospect as I would have if I were doing it again, for various and sundry reasons. One is, you don't feel a need for the exercise. You just got to say, well, I'm gonna go do this. And there were a couple of times that we got out the, it says exercise period, so we got out the exerciser and Alan would have at it and I'd be doing something, or I'd say, well, I'll put it over here and I'll get to it in a minute. And then I know on one occasion, several hours later, I finally got around to getting it and doing some exercise on it. I'd say probably 5 to 10 minutes was the length of time. I would strain pretty hard. I didn't work up a sweat, but you use this thing, you can use it about any way you want. You can drag them through the ropes, or it's really designed to where you hold and do an isometric first, and then go right from the isometric into the isotonic, and you get the whole schmear. So I'd hold pressure on the thing and strain against it, and you can strain as little or as hard as you want, but I'd strain reasonably hard and then relax the tension and pull it up. But I'm trying to think. I'm sure that I missed one exercise period on the way out completely that Alan had got in. I did no exercise at all in lunar orbit. Thinking of the exergym was never even crossed my mind for those 2 days. And then in preparation for entry, I said, boy, I'm really going to hit that on the way home. As it turned out, I barely got in the one exercise a day that we did on the way home. So I would say overall, I'm sure I didn't hit the exergym as much as I probably should have.
Okay.
I don't know how, from my point of view at least, how you, in a case like this, where you're trying to correlate the relationship of the exercise that Ed and I did, for example, and its benefits or lack thereof with respect to the lunar surface period, which was over 30 hours. I just think the basic workload there alone is enough different to put that exercise thing down the noise level.
That's
its contribution down the noise level as far as the two of us are concerned.
I think that's probably very right, Al. And I think that the thing we want to know is, was Stu trying to make up for it in some way with exercise in the spacecraft? Because he obviously, there's no way he could make up for what you were doing on the lunar surface.
He was trying to, but he had a real busy flight plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he could do it, and this is what I wanted to find out. Was he trying to do a lot more or something during that time? So.
No, I wasn't. I think that'd be a difficult thing to try to do, really. I don't know. You're going to, maybe with the longer period in lunar orbit, CMP may not be quite as busy, or maybe. I suspect he probably will be. I think it's going to be difficult to get in much exercise there. But, no, I wasn't.
It's going to vary between individuals.
Yeah.
So it's obvious that Stu's greater interests were in running the spacecraft, and for example, the B-23s took a lot of time, which you might otherwise have allowed to. That was this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. That if you're going to get individuals to try to exercise and respond to exercise, then you're going to have to get to them early and explain the benefits or the crew as a result of that.
Right.
Because it really is an individual thing.
That's right. And we haven't tried to set any numbers of times that you do anything or anything like that. And so I think we need to really carefully look at that as an area. Okay, Ed, while I added one that came up yesterday when you guys were talking about Myrtle, reminded me of the problems that you had in flight with the urine, kinking of the urine hose and so forth. How much time did you make a conscious effort in your own particular case, because this is important, trying to chase down your status post-flight here, of the time that you had the in-suit urine device on? Did you have it?
Me? Well,
Yeah.
it wasn't my hose, it was kinked, you know.
Right. It was Al's.
Yeah.
I get her twice Al's was, is that right?
Yeah.
Apparently all the time.
All the time, huh?
We,
Oh, yeah.
we had it on, I guess we'll have to look back on the transcript or look back over the flight plan to know when we took it off the first time. We all unsuited at the same time, which was about 6 hours, 7 hours into the flight, all right? Somewhere in there. And we put the UCTAs on PDI morning, and we took them off only when we got back to the spacecraft after docking. And it was on for those 2 periods only. And I never experienced any discomfort. I never had any problems whatsoever that we discussed pre-flight. No symptoms, no of any sort.
Great. Well, it looks like, we haven't had any you did well. How did you feel, that's another one we might just get out of the way. On fluid intake, it sounds like you all thought the water was great, and so you were drinking well. Were you trying to force fluids? Were you trying to consciously force fluids?
Yeah, I think
You and Al?
in my case anyhow,
Yeah.
I tried to take a drink out of the water gun about every time I went by it. I did find that I preferred the juices to water, and surprisingly enough, as much as I did not care for the juices pre-flight, particularly, I didn't crave them or anything, we were drinking a couple of juices per meal a large portion of the time. I was. And in addition, taking a shot from the water gun about every time I'd go by it.
I forced myself to drink the water, not that it tasted bad or anything, but just to keep the fluid intake up. And so I would drink water, like Ed says, every time you pass the water gun, you say, well, I think I'll try some of that, and one person would take a drink of water and pass it around and would put it back up.
As I understand, though, you stated in the debriefing you thought you drank about half as many juices as they did.
I'd say that's probably a good average. I'd say probably a third less.
A third less in juices.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
you drank 2 juices at some point.
Yeah, I drank 2 occasionally. Toward the end, I was drinking 2 more than I was, because a lot of times you drink a cocoa and a juice, and I'd bypass the cocoa, and I just drink a juice. So I'd say probably, and this is a wag, but I'd say a third less juice than they did.
Okay.
Well, I think I kind of decided I was going to try to do everything I could to end up in as good shape as I could at the end of the mission, which included keeping the fluid intake and the food intake up, as well as the exercise. And that's generally what we try to do.
You did a great job of it, I might
we had to try to get 2 juices per meal most of the time.
Okay, there was a question here about for you particularly, Sue, did you eat more, do you feel, while they were with you, Al and Ed were with you in the spacecraft, than when you were alone? Eat and drink better? I saw in your food thing.
Well, I'd say, excuse me, go ahead.
I saw in your food comments there that you had difficulty, the food preparation thing you'd have preferred if you'd have had some canned things you could have opened quickly and gotten to when you were alone that way, and I can surely understand that. I think it's something we ought to look at. But
Well, that's the way I did eat.
Yeah.
Because we had them there. I guess it didn't come out right because that's the way I did eat in lunar orbit. I would say, I'd say the answer to your question would be yes. That I ate more when they were in there, but the idea of people being together is nothing in that. It's a time factor.
yeah.
During the coast phase, you have more time to worry about eating. During that lunar orbit phase, I didn't have any time at all, and any extra time, and particularly with the troubleshooting the HICON and so forth. So I didn't have the inclination nor want to go to the trouble of trying to mix up a meal as such, and I didn't much like going to all that trouble anyway. So I opened up, a can of that chicken salad, I think it was, and I had that for breakfast, and then a wet pack, and that's the type of food that you can really get to in a hurry and eat.
Right.
So I wouldn't say overall that I probably ended up eating too much less, but it was a little different rather than sitting down and mixing up a rehydratable pack and
Right.
so forth.
So the total amount you don't think was any different because you're there, but it was just different kinds of food then?
It may have been a little less, but
Do you personally feel, now the weight loss is involved here, yours, that they, you got 1 pound each here and you got a 10-pound one, and I heard your comment about the scale yesterday too. But do you have any personal reason why you think there's that much difference in the weight loss? I mean, is there anything that that you've personally tried to account for it other than food intake, water intake, or anything of that sort?
no, I'm not sure that there's anything magic about the 0G or the flight. I would suspect I'd probably lost several pounds if I'd eaten that same menu and sat right here. I probably think that I was 3 or 4 pounds overweight when I went into the flight. As a matter of fact, I'm not a big eater, and during most of the time you come up on training, I drink a can of Sago and a can of V8 juice for breakfast, and then I eat a sandwich for lunch, and maybe drink 2 or 3 cans of beer and eat a sandwich in the evening. And
2 or 3?
Yeah. I can go for days on a menu like that, and I don't know how many calories all that adds up to, but it's not really a high calorie diet, and I would say that pretty much was my diet for 3 months prior to going into quarantine. Was just about what I stated there, and then when we got into quarantine, well, then I started eating more for breakfast and eating a bigger meal in the evening. And so I think I probably was 3 or 4 pounds heavy going into the flight. And so I think the weight loss may be overplayed a little bit, because I think I had a few extra pounds, and then plus I don't think that maybe we picked the right weight up on the rolling scales. But that's neither here nor there,
Well, we can probably show you something about that from when we get your lab material pulled together. I think we'd be able to give you a better handle on that as to whether, it really was something that had to do with the 0G state or not. We hope we'll be able to do that. So we'll try.
Well, if I could just add a general comment, which I think reflects the consensus here, the 3 of us, that that with respect to the food in general, the type of food, the method by which it was packaged and so on, and the degree to which we liked or disliked it was primarily a function of the level of activity in the flight plan. That the business of going into the pantry and taking time to select foods and drinks and so on is fine during the quiet periods of coast. That things like spoon packages are good if the level of activity is not too high, but certainly if the level of activity is high. The wet packs and the cans, and that's about all you want to take time to fool with. I think this is a general comment that really reflects our consensus.
It was a time-consuming part of the day to prepare meals, get them out of the food box, get them all laid out, cut all the tops off of them, get all the water into them, get them massaged, and go about eating.
Get the pill back in there when you're through. You know, it
took a lot of time.
It's an effort.
You're right.
And you know, it's a lot easier to open up a can and a wet pack, and then you think it's a lot of trouble to even mix up the juice. But you know, that in that way you got your meal and you're through and you're on your way.
Right. Okay. The cooking problem, quotes, is still a problem.
It's still a problem.
Which has been fairly common, I guess.
Yeah, I think if you got plenty of time, you don't mind spending an hour or so.
As a matter of fact, it's a very pleasant hour.
Yeah.
It gets rid of that time very effectively.
But I would say in my case that watching these guys eat, you know, they went right down the menu, and so I thought, you know, I really should do that, but I just didn't have an inclination to eat that much. You know, even though you know in your own mind, you know, hey, you got to do this, you know, and you got to keep yourself, you know, eat just as much as you possibly can. I just couldn't get around to doing it. In fact, several times I'd mix the food up. And then by the time I'd eat a couple of packages, you know, I just couldn't get to the third package, and so I'd put it back in the pantry.
Well, Stu, one of the things that's going to come out of that is somebody, you know, reading the debriefing itself. The obvious question comes up: okay, was your lack of appetite itself, was it just plain lack of appetite, or did you really have any discomfort in your, as far as the gut was concerned at all? Anything that you felt was pathological in your loss of appetite due to the environment or anything?
No, I don't think there's anything of that. Like I say, I think it boils down to a lot of just too much food. You know, if you bundle up one of those meals, and there's just too much there to eat.
Were any of you ever thirsty in flight? Did you
were
feel
dry.
thirst?
Yeah, you were dry quite a bit. You know, you'd have a sensation of dryness, and you'd want, and water, you know, or juice would make you.
Want some water?
Yeah.
Did you, while we're at it, we might just wipe out the water thing. Did you guys drink the water in your suits? The EVA?
I did.
Yeah, drank all of his. I just drank about a third of it, I guess.
About a third.
On the first one, I don't know how much of mine I drank. I thought I emptied the bag, but apparently the walls of the bag got around the drink tube, and I didn't get it all out because it drained down around my neck during the sleep period.
Okay.
I had a leaky one also, which I took out between EVAs.
Okay, did you fill them up again then when you went out second EVA?
Yep.
And you think you drank about a third of yours both
I'd
times?
say, yeah, I didn't really stop to drink too much.
Yeah. Okay.
And I drank on mine the second EVA, and I can't remember whether I drank it all or not. If I didn't, there may be some still in it.
Okay. All right.
Hey, one other comment on while we're on that eating, before I forget it. We ran completely out of these bite-sized packages, you know, and to me that was the best thing we had. These little, you know, turkey sandwiches, cheese sandwiches, and that sort of thing, because that was a no-sweat operation. You just clip that off in a can of juice, and you could go at it. So I really liked those, and I ate all those generally that I could get my hands on, and we ran out of those.
Well, we ran out of most everything else too. I mean, we just about ate.
No, not really. I had all kinds of food.
If I may make a comment, Stu doesn't mind, about his eating and drinking habits. This flight plan is really something that he worked on and developed before the flight. It's a busy flight plan. It's a full one. And it was my impression that he was more interested being sure that the flight plan was done properly than eating.
Oh, yeah.
I think that affected it to a
Sure.
great degree, which again gets back to the level of activity versus the, if you guys can get a little, for example, those drink bags, get a little diaphragm on the end, just stick over a needle and pump the water in that way, and shake it up, pull the plug out and drink it out of the same deal, that would be a lot easier for those drinks.
I mean, for the juices and things, you mean?
All the cutting.
Yeah, so that you don't end up having to sort of feel you gotta drink the whole damn thing once you get it done.
You see, you get a drink bag and you got a little gnarled thing that's all sucked in, the plastic is all folded down. Unless you
Right.
cut it exactly right, first of all, you can't get it at the nozzle without having it leak. Then you get it all done, then you gotta go cut the other end. And I was just thinking maybe it might be an easier way to put a diaphragm fitting on there that will, you could stick over a hypodermic type of thing and get the water in that way. Might be a little bit quicker way to do it.
Okay.
Anything you can do to make it easier is gonna help increase the consumption,
Right.
particularly during busy time periods.
Okay. But, could we get you, now this is gonna involve just really, Al and Ed. We'd like to have you describe as well as you can the things that you did with your bioinstrumentation harnesses because it's very hard for us to be sure exactly what happened. We don't have that stuff back yet. We're gonna set up, we've got to develop a plan to troubleshoot it. And as the thing that happened with yours, Al, just from
You
our
want the
point.
actions, not the words, huh?
Pardon?
You want the actions, not the words.
The actions, not the words, yeah. Okay. Well, you can say in some of the words too. But from our point of view, what happened with your particular harness is everything was fine when everybody left the MSOB. Okay, when you got into the spacecraft, right after you apparently when you were getting cinched down somehow, because we had about 3 minutes or so after you were in the couch of good data on you. Then we began to get erratic data. It began to wander. The baseline began to wander all over the place. That continued to get worse and worse, and pretty soon it was going just full scale, which was totally unreadable. So the question was, okay, it was a question about hatch closure at that point in time. We decided right then. I said, well, hell, we're gonna go without that because I'm sure it's a sensor, and the only way to get at it anyway, we asked you then to try and press on those things. If that wouldn't do it, if that wouldn't reseat it, then the first opportunity would be when we got you actually in flight. Now, we don't know why, but it came back. It was gone still when you went over Australia. As you came back up on the States, magically, there we had data. And we went back to the MSOB from the firing room to catch that pass, and there you were, whap. That was beautiful, just as if nothing had ever happened. And you hadn't done a damn thing, because then we asked them, had you done anything? Now, as we understand, when you looked at that sensor then, that you did have some material had leaked out from underneath it, and we understand that you replaced that sensor, you cleaned up and replaced that sensor. Is that right?
We didn't replace the sensor, no.
Okay.
Just to
Cleaned it off, refilled it, put a new sticky back on it, and put it back on.
Yeah, okay.
That was the second day into the flight, though.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
like the second day.
Right, yeah. That was the first time that we really, and that we asked you to do that then because we thought we'd get it out of the way before you got into the, okay. Now then you had another.
I also changed the adapter, the CWG adapter, because at one time in the flight they said my comm wasn't very good. We
Yeah,
had a
your
spare-
comm was terrible, right.
We had a spare adapter, and so it changed that. Now, exactly when that was, I don't know, but
That was pretty early too.
I think it was the first day, probably.
Yeah, I think it was the first day.
Al, that was the
That
Lord's.
wouldn't have anything to do with the launch problem, because of course we're
No.
using a different,
No. And we had a respiration on you. You can see respiration, but we didn't have the,
that's good.
yeah, but we didn't have the ECG.
That's very reassuring to me.
That's right, good.
Hey, Al, can you correlate the reappearance of your EKG signal with any flight plan activity that you might have been doing in
I sure can. I'm just as mystified about that as you are. I tried to press it through the suit and
Right.
everything.
It
You know,
happened.
you can't feel anything through the suit.
Well, you were free then, though. You had your helmet and gloves off.
It was 1 hour and
Yeah.
30 minutes GET, Al. I don't know if that rings any bells to you.
Helmets and gloves are off at that time, and we're moving around with the post-insertion checklist and some movement in the couch, so I dive in and get some things and pull them out, unstill that sort of stuff. There was
It's
some-
probably, it's just gotta be that you were probably just, it was in the cinching down in the couch that it probably loosened that edge of that sensor somehow a little bit, and, I don't know why, but.
Or put a crimp in a lead, or
Yeah.
brought it into contact with something
Yeah,
else.
Yeah, because it sure came back fine after that. Okay, then the second time, what else then did you have with yours, Al, from your point? What else did you do to the thing then on
The
it?
only other thing I noticed was about next to the last day, that the thread coupling between the sensor line, sensor harness, and the belt, the little transducer in the belt,
On top of the signal conditioner?
yeah, it stripped the threads. I could get it to hold a little bit, and apparently the signal was fine, then it would slip off.
Right, it came back beautifully when you tightened it.
But then, when I unsuited at the end, I noticed that was loose, so the
Okay.
threads apparently stripped on that. Apparently I got it cranked down too hard.
Excuse me, did you routinely disconnect that connector at the signal conditioner for sleep or for bowel movements
Not
or
for
anything like
sleep,
that?
for bowel movements and for swabbing down and cleaning out process, yeah.
Anytime you pulled your clothes off, to either change clothes, or put on the LCG, or use the blue bags, what have you, we all did those, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what it's-
and then, you didn't replace anything, you didn't have to, reseat any sensor after that? That was the only other thing you had was the
That was
signal?
the only time I took a sensor off.
Was that first
And
time?
that call was correct, because when we took it off, you could see the seepage of the electrolyte
Right,
fluid. Same with the,
okay. How about yours then, Ed?
The only thing I replaced was that one sensor,
Which one was
and it was,
did you
the
replace
same.
the whole sensor?
I don't mean replace the sensor, we pulled it off, cleaned it out, refilled it with electrolyte, put it back on, it was the same.
Just the
Put a
same
new-
outlet?
Put a new donut, new sticky donut.
Okay, you did not take the harness out of the kit and replace the whole harness?
No.
Okay, because we thought you had done that, and, that.
Well, you called and asked me that, but there wasn't time to do it, so we
Yeah.
took,
I'm glad you couldn't hear what we said when you guys said that.
we took the chance that the real problem was simply the sensor and the electrolyte, and that's what it was.
That's exactly what it
We
was.
couldn't have picked the worst time from the standpoint of timeline.
Is that right?
We were just getting ready to go into the lab, you know, and boy, everybody's all asses and elbows and suits and underwear and gear and books and everything all over the place.
And I was sitting there half dressed, I didn't wanna go any further till we got a go on it, we couldn't get the high bit rate up for you guys to look at it.
Right.
And so,
I remember
there just
that.
wasn't any time left, so we changed that one, and I went ahead and dressed.
Hey Ed, you know when you came up there though, the data, you gave us about 2 minutes, when the high gain did lock on, and we got 2 minutes of data, and it still showed the loose sensor. Now, what did you do the second time? You came up, asked us how the data looked, and we said it looked poor yet, and we gave you no go on the suiting to change out the harness.
I don't recall exactly the sequence of events. When I called and asked for you to check it,
Yeah.
as far as I know, we did nothing after that except make sure everything was cinched down and went ahead and dressed.
Didn't you do something with the fluid in there?
Yeah, but I had already done it at that point.
We did that once.
We did I changed the electrolyte. When I called and asked you guys to check it, I did nothing after that except just make sure everything was secure.
Yeah, because you see, the first time you called, the data was poor, and that was the basis for the call to change out the whole harness, because we said, well, it wasn't that sensor, and we didn't have time to talk to you because LOS was coming up, so we said, go ahead and change out the whole thing. But whatever you did, they subsequently corrected it, because it came back beautifully, so we assumed you would just change out the whole harness.
We sprinkled a little holy water on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ziggy, now that you mention it, you know, I just can't remember precisely when we changed it, but I'm thinking that it was already changed at that point.
Okay,
Now, Ed, was this the lower sternal?
It was a lower sternum.
same as that.
Same as Al's?
It never did change, it was electrolyte that was
Yeah,
replaced.
what I mean
Yeah.
is taking it off, by taking it off and cleaning it, and putting the new.
Putting it back, just sticking it back. Okay.
And you think you did that before LOS?
Yeah.
He probably did. What we're thinking now happened, probably took a while for it to seat properly, and when he came around, it was good again. Good.
Well, his stayed good then, and then we were having trouble with yours going in. You began to get this wandering baseline on yours again before after we got into the limit. So there was a question in our minds about it. Is there any way we could do to get that better? To make that better. And we were trying to figure some way. Could you reach around when you were in the suit? Is there any way you could get at that thing if you took, like, after the EVA, if you ended up taking the helmet off? Could you get down into the suit here?
You really have to have the upper torso garment, the upper part of the torso garment clear of the body in order to be able to feel that.
In order to even feel.
There's no way you can definitely tell, even if the other guy goes through the back zipper and around in front.
We tried that on the ground to see if you
really,
could do that, and that's pretty hard to do. We found out.
The most you can do is press
And
on
after
it.
all that time quarantined, that's pretty dangerous too.
Yeah. Depends on where his hands is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Forget the EVA, just keep fooling with my sensor.
You've got 2 hours to stop that.
Okay. The thing we got from the sleep, and which I think is fairly well covered. If you have anything to add to that, we'd like you to. But what we got out of it is that all of you pretty well never really had a solid long sleep period. That it was broken, and it was things like a couple of hours at a time or something. And I gather that the reasons for that varied. You had some difficulty with wanting to feel some pressure. In Ed's case, I know, and this Al mentioned this too, and Stu didn't like the couch, and then you ended up in the limb. The thing was being in the suits all the time, and then the tilt of the limb too. Both those things probably had a lot to do with the sleep activity. Is there anything else that you think you can add? Did you feel that you were rested enough to do the task even with the sleep that you had?
Yeah, but I think we were working on reserves.
Yeah, I did too.
Well, there were 2 days that we felt sloppy. One was the second day out after the excitement of the launch and all that activity and becoming acclimated to the new environment. So we felt like we weren't really clicking along too well on the second day out. And then the day after TEI, although we all apparently slept better after TEI that night, I guess was probably in terms of continuous sleep was probably the best night that we had. Still, the next day we felt like we were not really organized. We got things done, but the little things were not being handled as neatly as we would like to see them. So these are the only 2 days we felt that we weren't on top of the blood plan.
I think, Chuck, I feel that for no longer than we work for 9 days, that you can get along on a fairly small amount of sleep, and just your reserves and your discipline and everything else makes you do the job properly. But in my case, I felt very strongly that I was on reserves, that physically I was going downhill, and it was of some concern to me that I wasn't getting enough sleep. I knew I wasn't getting enough sleep, and yet I felt fairly wide awake and alert on most of the days, except the 2 days Al was talking about. But sleeping to me was a very insecure experience.
Now, how do you mean insecure? You mean because of this wanting something?
Yeah, wanting to feel like the best I can say, feel like you were in a bed.
Yeah.
Wanting to feel some pressure or to be lying on something. It was a pleasant.
Could you turn the tape recorder on?
I still.
I knew we'd get back to that. It was really a pleasant experience to be in 0G during the daytime, I thought. It wasn't quite so pleasant an experience at night.
Well, did you feel, that brings up this thing, did you feel, I gather from Al's comments in particular, this business of using your legs and your feet to try and hang on to something, which has been described by other guys too at some length. Did you have a feeling that was the cause of this muscle business in your back more than, because that's been described and they've never been able to really put a handle on why they felt they had that. They've had this sort of a feeling that if they could just stretch that real good, it'd be great. You think it is due to the fact that you were trying to lock onto something? Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, as soon as, that's what I analyzed it after the first couple of days. I think we discussed it as a matter of fact. And so we started exercising and then deliberately take time out to relax, not only during the sleep period, but also try to adapt ourselves to a relaxed state during the awake periods in the seats or on the optics or in the tunnel or something. And after the second day, it kind of went away.
Yeah, that small of the back problem was gone after a couple of days.
Wow.
And in fact, I was kind of surprised at that. Woke up that first morning, and my back had bothered me during the night. And I didn't realize that Al and Ed's back was bothering them at that time too, you know. And I said, you know, I really didn't get that much sleep, but this sounds crazy as all hell, because I can lay on that big fine king-size bed at the house, and if I get a lot of sleep, you know, if I lay there for say 10 or 11 hours, why the small of my back bothers me.
Sure.
And I said to these guys, I said, hey, this is crazy. I didn't sleep that much last night, but my back feels just like I'd got about 11 hours sleep. And they said, well, mine does too. And then, you know, then we got to talking about it. And but it was there, and it was very conscious to me that first night. In fact, I thought probably my back kept me from going to sleep as much as the new environment.
Yeah.
Rather than the 0G, because I was always conscious of my back bothering me.
Did you ever think about taking aspirin or anything to do anything with that? Did you?
I never take aspirin at all.
For the
No.
for the 8th thing?
I think until the time we discussed it, I was convinced that the reason I was feeling bad in the back was just not urinating for so damn long during that whole.
I wondered if you
in the
wouldn't
first
think
day.
that. Yeah.
I did think that.
Yeah.
And then after we started discussing it, I said, well, that may not be the problem, or if so, that's just part of the problem.
Everybody's got it.
Everybody's got it.
Yeah.
And I agree with Al that it has something to do with the way you try to use your feet to stabilize yourself. And I believe, although I couldn't see myself, I believe that when I was relaxing in the spacecraft in 0G, I was in a curved position. And it felt good to throw the shoulders back and straighten out, or to take the exergem and get some tension on those back muscles.
Well, you tend to assume it's sort of like a fetal position. If you just totally relax, your legs will tend to float up and come up in a sort of a semi-seated, and your hands would tend to float out about like this, and your back tends to bend some, so it tends to assume that kind of a position. If you just let all your muscles go, so you don't have any muscle pulled on.
Oh, I tell you, one of the good things for that back too is just exactly that position. Just get yourself up like this.
That's right.
And I know that first night when my back was bothering me, I tried to sleep a good bit. I'd reach down and grab a hold of my booties, and I would lay there like that with pulling some pressure on my legs, and it would really help that small of your back.
I found both things, either straightening out to put some tension on the back muscles, or as Stu says, double on out
Doubling out.
and pull the other way.
How about when you got back onto the carrier now, and you got into a bed then for the first time back on in a 1G environment? Did you have any feeling? Did you have the feeling that you were real heavy, that you were sinking into the bed? Did you have that when you were on a table or anything, on the X-ray table or anything of that sort? None of you experienced that. How about weight of clothes? Did you have a
Weight
feeling
of
that your
clothes?
pants were too heavy, or they were falling, or anything like that when you first got back?
Only thing I can remember about laying down on the bunk was it was a good relief to be able to lay on your stomach. You know, I generally, I don't know which way I sleep most, back or stomach or what, but you know, you always had the impression, no matter in what position you are in the spacecraft, you're on your back. And so I remember thinking of that. The first thing I laid down in the bunk was I stretched out on my back, and I thought, gee, I've been this way for 9 days. I think I'll turn over. So I rolled over on my stomach. It felt pretty good.
Okay, did any of you have any dreams at all? Did you ever dream in flight at all?
I did, but I couldn't for the life of me recall.
Well, that
Absolutely.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I had dreams.
But you did have dream activity, at least in the
Yeah.
0G state. Good, okay.
Yeah, I think of that heavy feeling, Chuck. The only time I noticed it was after we had landed. We were still in the spacecraft. We unstrapped, and the spacecraft was bobbing around a little bit, but not too much. Got down the LEB right away, and the first couple of steps, combination of the rocking the spacecraft and being in 1G again, for perhaps, I don't know, 30 seconds, no more than that, certainly.
That was my experience
And
too.
I started doing some deep knee bends right away for, maybe 10 or 12 of those babies, and I was right back at home again and continued to feel that way. No muscle soreness, no feeling of heaviness or anything from there on out.
Did you, this feeling that you experienced when you first went down the LAB, was that all over, or was that just heaviness in the legs, or did you just feel heavy all over for a
Just
few
feel
seconds?
heavy all over. I think,
Just
too.
all over. How about when you first got some G on reentry? Did you have a sensation that you had a lot more G than you're really registering? Did you go through that?
I don't remember anything over 2G. Was I supposed to?
Of course, these two guys were.
You don't, huh?
You blanked out.
No,
Everybody else is done?
No, I think you become very sensitive to G, like even ullage on in the spacecraft, you know, or well, that'd be just the only time you'd really feel a G would be the ullage, as well as the SPS engine, of course, you know it. But on entry, certainly, you know, as you're going through 1G, it certainly doesn't seem like 1G. You're sensitive to the G.
Since I wasn't quite as busy during that initial period as they were, I didn't have tracking tasks to keep me occupied. I probably felt it more, or was conscious of it more than they were, and it felt to me like one hell of a load. In particular, my one task was to be watching the time, and I couldn't get my arm up to see the watches until after peak G let off. And then about 4 or 5G, I could pull my arm up and take a look at it. And I had the same sensation that Al did. Right after I got out of the couch, I felt very, very heavy. And then with just a little bit of motion, it seemed to go away. And I'd say it kind of described a very sharp rise. The return to normal was a very sharp rise, and then an asymptotic to 1G, because I still stumbled a couple of times getting out of the helicopter. But I felt fine, except I just didn't have the sureness of footing that I would like to have.
But that didn't last as far as footing. You know, that's an interesting thing that the Russians had after their 18-day flight. They had some real marked mobility problems that lasted for days, and you didn't have. We've never had anything of that degree. We've always had some initial footing problem. You know, just getting used to being back in the 1G environment, and then you're on a shift too, which is moving around, and this didn't last for any of you for longer than a few minutes, really getting out of the
I
house.
never felt lightheaded at all.
No, neither did I lightheaded.
How about putting your feet in the right place? Did you feel like when you were walking that you were walking normally that your steps were normal and everything, that you didn't have to worry about where your feet were?
No, I think that up to the point we got in the MQF, I felt that I took a little care to make sure my foot was going where it was supposed to be going. But it wasn't out of the ordinary, you know, really severe or anything.
No.
It seemed to be improving very rapidly from a very heavy state for the first 30 to 45 seconds after I got out of the couch to within an hour or so after I was in the MQF, the footing was very sure. But I do remember stumbling once going into the MQF from the helicopter, and I didn't see anything to stumble over. I stumbled.
You know, I think, hell, you'd do that right now, though. If you're going to walk out of that door with a television camera on you, and you're going to walk up to the front steps, you'd be more conscious of your footing.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You'd be more conscious of your footing, whether or not you'd been in 0G or not.
Sure, if
You
you're
realize-
carrying a load, you're going to look very carefully where you're sitting.
Yeah.
You don't want to not get knocked down.
Yeah, and you in particular know that, you know, you've just come back from a flight, and people are going to be watching how you're walking and all of this stuff. So, you know, it's in your mind, and, you know, you've got to walk this 30 feet to the MQF, so just naturally you're more conscious of where you're going to put your
Well, I may have psyched myself into stumbling for that reason, but nevertheless I did stumble. In spite of the fact that I was conscious of the fact that TV cameras were on.
Okay. Did you notice any distortion of your facial features at all? When you look at the TV, the in-flight TV, as we watched you, you know, when inside the spacecraft, you get the impression that your faces are not like they are now, that they're much rounder, that's a thing that you see on the TV. Is that true? Did you feel that when you were looking at each other?
No, but I observed that when I saw a picture of us taken from that TV, and I didn't think anything about it until you mentioned it.
It looks you look quite round. You look much different than you do now. It's very rounded, but you weren't aware of that. Looking at each other.
You know, Al Bean had made a comment of that in the 12 report, that after he got into orbit, he looked around and everybody looked 20 pounds heavier, and I remembered that, and I looked at these guys, you know, they look just as bad then as they do now. I had remembered that comment from Al Bean's report, and I really didn't notice it.
Yeah, they were, the 12 crew, I guess, been the one that was the most impressed with that of anybody, and they noted that they felt even that they had redness of the face for several hours after they first achieved orbit. But,
well, it's the general feeling of fullness, I think.
Yeah.
Is there.
But I mean, just to look at a person and see his face puffed up, I didn't notice that at all. Maybe it was just lack of observation, but
Or maybe for the first 5 hours we were too busy doing the other things. Observe that.
Did you have any sensation that in the first 24 hours in flight that you urinated more than you normally would, than you did the rest of the flight time?
I don't know.
That's a hard thing to remember, but do you have any idea that you did that at all?
I went
I know
7
that
hours
first-
without it all. I never used my UCTA.
That first one was a whopper, I know that.
Of course, you got a lot of excitement to make it a whopper anyway, so it's hard to... No real...
No feeling one way or the other on that, that's it.
Okay. Can you comment on the work that you did EVA out on the lunar surface as far as what you felt based versus your ground training? Did you think it was harder, easier, or about the same? And secondly, as a second question to that, did either of you feel really physically tired to the point that you knew that you were really tired during the EVAs, even going up cone?
I felt, of course, it was a order of magnitude easier than 1G training. Just no comparison at all, as we expected it to be. And as far as being tired, I think I had already made up my mind that I did not want to sweat on the moon. That I was going to keep the water up, and I was going to keep rested enough so that I didn't sweat for consumables and for fatigue purposes. So I never really felt tired. I did feel occasionally that I was approaching the point where I'd have to have more cooling or take a break. But it wasn't because of a tired feeling, it was the desire to program and plan consumables the way we wanted to.
And not be hot. Okay.
So I felt in my mind that I was stopping short of the point of fatigue as a direct plan of not wanting to use up consumables.
How about you, Al?
Well, it's kind of hard to equate the pre-flight stuff with flight stuff. First place, you're not using the LCG in the pre-flight stuff, and you're lifting essentially 1G pieces of equipment around and so on. So it's pretty hard to equate the two in my mind as to whether it was harder or easier in flight from the standpoint of the total work output. But certainly, standpoint of ease of mobility and so on, as Ed says, it's a lot easier to get around. I think you travel a lot faster and easier on the lunar surface as a general comment to start off. EVA 1, I did not feel uncomfortable at any time at all. EVA 2, I think the fact that I was aware of the workload was manifested primarily in the respiration rate as opposed to anything else. I didn't feel as though the body heat was going up too much, the deep body heat was going up too much. I think this is primarily because of the circulating fluid in the LCG. And I was not aware of any profuse sweating, just a little faint tinge of sweating, a blush, whatever you want to call it. It was when I went to the medium flow on the water. So I think, and of course you're not really aware of increase in heart rate either unless you specifically stop and measure it somehow.
Right.
So I think to me the thing that was most obvious about the increased workload was the respiration rate. And at times I think we suggested climbing the steepest grade of the crater that cone that we stop and take a rest. I think you all suggest that
Right.
as well. standpoint of being tired to the degree where I didn't want to press on after a short rest period. No, I didn't feel that at any time until after the 2 days was over and we were back in the command module. Never really felt like I was behind the power curve as far as the total workload was concerned.
Well, we'll try and give you some firm feeling for what happened with your EVAs when we do this later. You know, we can show you actually what you know. You did have some times where you both got heart rates that were up in the 150 area. And this is why we felt, and your respiratory rates were very audible, and we didn't have a respiration trace on you at that time, as you know, but you did have very audible respiratory rates, and it was obvious that you were increasing those. And Al, I think you began to store. I think the thing is you kept yours on men for a long time, and then when you did turn up to medium flow, you just left it there a short period of time, and it didn't kick your rate down as much because you still were maintaining some of that heat in there. Now it wasn't enough to make you sweat apparently. And then when you started doing that, turning it on a little bit longer each time, it just settled right back down. You didn't have any trouble with it at all right there. But both of you came down very well. When you would rest, your rates dropped down, and that's contrary to what happened on 12, where they didn't drop down when they rested, and yours did very well. They just dropped. They come right on down as soon as you stop doing the activity. So that. Do you have a feeling that you could have? Do you have a feeling? Any recommendations about extending EVAs now? I mean, do you feel that it would be possible with proper consumables, of course, that you could, that it's physically possible to do that?
I sure do. The thing that bothered me was the worrying about consumables. Knowing that we were getting a higher metabolic load, the higher heart rate, more oxygen consumption going up Cone Crater, and that I was spending more time on between minimum and intermediate cooling because we were deliberately rushing to try to make up time. I started worrying about consumables, and especially in the water and the oxygen. And I felt that was a limiting factor. I didn't feel that I was the limiting factor. Just the oxygen and the water I was consuming were bothering me.
Well, we tried to give you the word that that you were pretty fat on consumables really at the time. We thought you were trying to save consumables, obviously.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, and understandably so. And so we wanted you to know that you had enough and you could go to medium flow without really getting yourself in a hole was the thing we wanted you to know.
And after you did that, I spent considerably more time on between minimum and intermediate.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, right.
Al
So
did
did
too.
Al. Yeah, you both did.
Incidentally,
I think that the comment is, I'd like to comment about total workload with respect to the 2-day period. I wouldn't want to see a crew ever plan to do any more than we did in those 2 days.
Oh, amen.
As far as I'm concerned, that's about as heavy a workload as anybody ought to do. And certainly, if you're going to go out for longer periods of EVA, you ought to allow longer periods of rest in between.
Amen.
and make sure somehow that they get to rest.
Yeah.
Just allowing the time doesn't necessarily assure rest.
Well, tell me, if you had, in the limb, I gather one of the things that you think would help, of course, would be getting out of a suit. That certainly would help if you could get out of a suit in the limb, no question about that. If you had something for sleep, would you take it? Would you guys have taken it in the limb if you had had something for sleep, do you think?
I don't think so, because I don't know about Ed, but I certainly don't take that kind of medication here in the ground.
It's an individual thing, quite obviously, and it just depends on.
Try to do things as closely in space as you can to the ground environment is probably the way everybody would.
Right.
So if you have people that do that in the ground, probably would help them.
I prefer to see us use a more natural means of getting to sleep as opposed to an artificial
You'd
means.
like
Yeah.
to have something to sleep on, what you say.
Back to that again.
I think the suit's the big thing, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
It keeps coming up.
Couldn't roll around, even, you couldn't roll around in a hammock and the damn neck ring was hitting the back of the neck and.
Yeah.
There was one thing, Chuck, about fatigue. The only thing that I felt fatigued, any muscle that I felt fatigued, was a darn hand muscle in the right hand because of that glove.
Because you were fighting that glove.
Yeah. And working the core tubes, unscrewing the core tubes. One of them I couldn't get by myself. Getting the caps off of them, that was very fatiguing, and that arm gave out.
How about when you're carrying the barbell out there and you're getting this thing? You said you had to do it like
Well,
this.
that was tiring, just because it's so cumbersome and it was flopping all around. But I eventually put it across my arms like that, and it just aside from the workload of carrying it out, it was no problem. It was heavy.
Was the weight seem different? Because you commented at the time, and it sounded, and it looked like you were having trouble getting out there with that thing. Was it the weight of it, or was it just the fact that it was vibrating, that it was sort of like a fishing
It was
rod?
mostly the vibration of it, just the flopping of it.
Flopping up and down.
However, I think that it was heavier than I expected from the 1.6G mock-up.
Uh-huh.
But we had never carried it that far in training, and I think we've made that recommendation that at least once the guys ought to carry it
The whole way.
The whole way. But it was primarily the flopping of those weights on the end that were giving me trouble.
Okay. Let's get the, I gather that on this bowel movement thing that the preps and so forth, you had a good comment in there that went fairly well. You all did the same thing we knew pre-flight anyway. Now, how did it work out though? And the thing, do you remember, can you just tell us each one how you went? I gather Ed went almost to the end without having one, according to a comment.
Yeah.
Where did you go? When did
Too bad
you?
he didn't.
I went to the morning of the 8th day.
To the morning of the 8th day was the first one. Okay.
And
that's the only one, I assume. That you
Yeah.
had fun.
I didn't plan it that way. What I wanted to do was to have one bowel movement before we went to the surface.
Yeah, I remember.
So that would take care of that period of time. And I went around with a bag on my fanny for about 12 hours, hoping I could do something, and never did. And at one point, I even wished that heck we had a laxative aboard to help me do that. I'm not sure whether that's a good idea or not, but it sure seemed like it at the time. And
You could have done.
I was really concerned that I need to have a bowel movement while we're on the surface.
Yeah.
And I got through that period, figured, well, we got it made. Be good to get back in the command module and use the bag, and I still couldn't. And it was till the 8th day, and that was a whopper.
Did you ever get any cramps or anything with it?
No
You never
cramps,
had any
nothing,
gut
nothing.
disturbance at all with it? Fine. Okay.
I wasn't uncomfortable. I didn't even have a feeling of fullness.
Yeah, good. How about you, Al? How did your cycle go?
Well, I had 1.5 bags on the 3rd day, I believe it was. And then another bag on about the 7th day. Something like that.
And no problem with it. I mean, there were normal consistency and sort of as far as.
But that's really uncivilized.
That I agree with you.
Oh, that's
We
The-
gotta find a better method.
The total hygiene thing in this thing is so archaic,
gross.
it's unbelievable. I mean, we just got to do better than that if we're going to keep people in space. That's
It's
all.
really the only time I didn't feel civilized, you know?
Yeah.
I just really felt uncivilized during that whole process.
The whole mess, yeah, that's a big mess.
And the ability to clean up afterwards, and in fact, is the ability to maintain personal hygiene throughout the flight.
Totally.
We need better equipment.
Stu, how about you?
I went to 80 hours was the first one. I remember distinctly because I said between 80 and 81 hours approaching LOI while I'm going to do it. And
You did.
which pleasantly surprised me too while we're on the gory subject, because pre-flight I anticipated that I might have to use the bag more than that, because in my normal course of events it's very common for me to hit the head at least twice a day. And but so I was pleasantly surprised that I got to 80 hours. And then I had one other one, and it was after TEI. I guess the next day after TEI, and I don't remember what time frame it was. Or was it? Yeah, I guess it was. It was the day after TEI, and. Okay, I don't remember the GET or anything. Now I can't even associate it with anything except these guys in their gas masks. I don't know what else was going on at that time.
Yeah, these guys. Okay. When did you first start to use the nose drops? How far into the? Do you remember what day?
3rd day, wasn't it?
3, I think.
Third day.
And do you feel that that was I'm a little bit confused about you're describing this fullness, and still, do you feel that this was a thing that was associated with this fullness that was due to the weightlessness, or do you think it was an oxygen effect, just due to the drying and so forth? And
I never felt that dry. And at the time, I thought it could have been either or both. And so I just treated it symptomatically with about 1 drop in each nostril, and it was completely effective for the next 10, 12 hours.
well, you could hear it. This is a fairly routine. You hear this in the guys' voices, and you know they're doing it. You know, you hear this full feeling that they have. Sometimes they get a little bit of hoarse sensation with it too, and it comes and goes. And you described it, I thought, very well yesterday. You know, sometimes in the mornings you'd wake up and it'd be better in the morning.
You know,
Well,
Chuck.
I don't know, this is kind of a subjective feeling. I kind of felt that maybe the whole full head sensation was related to a readjustment of the whole cardiovascular system, and therefore,
It is.
if you could relax a little bit in the evening, it ought to help it. This is my theory.
Yeah.
Maybe I kind of wished it that way. It's just a general feeling, nothing to substantiate quantitatively. And I think as far as the nose drops are concerned, it helped with the mucus, but it didn't help the overall fullness sensation.
Did they work all right? I know we got a special one with Stu here, but did they work all right? I mean, did the
Just like they
drop-
should have, or
Yeah,
like
so
I
it cleared out
expected to.
with me, to clear out the mucus temporarily, a few hours.
Yeah. Okay. And Stu, what about now? Did you just give yourself too big a slug? Is that what happened to it, or?
I think I probably did, Chuck. I'm sure that's what happened. You know, I said, well, I hadn't used any up to then, but on entry, you know, and I thought, well, I think I'll just use some of these beauties. And I think gave me too big a dose in the right nostril here, because boy, my eyes started watering, and I could feel it in my sinuses and everything else. And but it lasted maybe an hour, and by the time, I guess I probably did that 3 hours prior to entry, and an hour later, you know, I think most of the symptoms have gone away. Either that or you're getting closer to entry and you stop worrying about it. But yeah, I did. I think I overdid it, and I just, you know, I hardly ever take any nose drops or anything, and maybe I just got too much in there. It's probably pretty powerful stuff.
It is powerful. I know in 1G or here, if I take more than a couple of drops of Afrin, if I use drops instead of spray, I get the same effect that Stu does.
Yeah. Oh, that's not
It's a
uncommon.
burning and a real drying sensation.
And it wasn't a lack of briefing or not trying it before flight or anything like that. I think I was just a little overzealous in the application.
Well, you know,
2 drops are good, give it 4.
Yeah, you know, what the hell.
Did you feel that you got any? Did you get a tachycardia with that? Did you get a real increase in heart rate with that?
Oh, I don't have the foggiest idea.
You didn't feel it anyway.
Yeah. Gee,
Afrin
y'all
can-
had the.
He pumped a little more adrenaline. He got mad at us for suggesting that we usually use the gun.
Yeah, I was teed off at the suggestion.
Did any? You all had some evidence in your ears on the first exam when Bill saw you of having some bubbles in there. And did you have any sensation during re-entry that you were having trouble clearing your ears? Any of you? No sensation.
No.
Rather surprising to me, I was looking for it, and surprisingly enough, I had no problems at all.
Not a bit.
I could feel the pressure change, but
So
I mean, I could hear them pop. But you know, I did that too on my suit integrity check. I could feel the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, and you just sort
Sure.
of pop it. Hey, I'd like to make a comment before I forget about this voice sounding full. You know, I noticed that you'll do that a lot if you. I think maybe it's because the atmosphere is dry, but if you're doing a lot of talking, and then you come on, and I would notice myself sounding full, and I say, gee, I'm sounding like that, and my head wasn't consciously full at all, but I could tell in my voice that I was sounding.
Hear it
that
in
way,
your voice.
if you've been doing a lot of talking.
Right. Well, that's true. If you do, you know, like if you end up just talking all the time, like if you end up here like in a session yesterday where you talked a lot during the DB, you may even have that kind of thing. If you just talk a lot during the day, you can have it.
We don't have too much else to do in here, Charles.
Yeah, I know.
Now we're back to that.
Hey, Chuck, comment on those
We're looking for somebody to cut a glove. Who is it? Maybe that's gonna happen, Joe.
comment on the Afrin bottles. They, the pressure gets to them and they separate into a jillion bubbles. And that emulsion is very bubbly and filled with air. As soon as you take the cap off, it comes out, starts leaking.
It's a little ullage in the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's kind of difficult to control that stuff when you use it.
That was the first time you opened the bottle or after?
Always, always.
Every time you open
Yeah.
it. Okay, Clarence, so what technique did you use for applying the nose drops? How did you put them in?
Very gentle squeeze, trying to get just one drop at a time out.
Just put the dropper up. And let
Put
go.
it in there and hosed it.
Just like we told him to.
Yeah.
Good boy, Red.
What did you tape those PRDs down in your suits?
Tape them?
You'll never believe it, Charles. We had zipper pockets.
You're kidding!
It's unbelievable.
They were there.
We pulled out those coveralls and there were zippers on them.
First time we'd seen zippers in the whole training cycle.
I'll be
Well, so
dead.
they're not on the training suits, they're just on the flight suits.
Just
is
on
that
flight.
it? Okay.
Well, how about that? Okay. What do you know?
Praying that we had requested it way back and forgotten about that we'd made the official request and it was already in the mail and nobody knew about it. And none of the training devices were that way, but lo and behold, out of the package they came and there was the zippers.
There they were. Well, that's great.
They were great too. Really nice.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't understand where that is.
Well, when you remove your PGAs, Al, is there a point in the checklist where we should include the removal of the PRDs back into your flight coveralls, or is that not there? Or what?
It already says, take all the items out of here.
Oh, it does? Okay.
It
Yeah,
says
if that happens to be one that's by itself,
I see.
and if you forget that extra pocket's there, you'll forget it.
Well, now, it's listed in there, when we take the suits off the first day. I guess, you know, and then when you bring the suits back over, from the limb, why, you know, pretty rushed timeline, that it wouldn't, I don't know whether it'd be any good to put that in your timeline book or not, because at that time your main purpose is just get the suits and get them stowed.
Yeah, you said you jerked them down and got them zipped up in those bags pretty fast.
Right into the bag.
Okay.
Probably wouldn't hurt, I guess, when we list the items to take out of the suits. When we come back to the limb, we can just add PRDs in there as another item. We
Yeah.
list sunglasses and pencils and all the rest of them, we can add PRDs.
That's what.
Sunglasses remind me. When you said you used sunglasses, you're the only one who did use some sunglasses.
Corrective lenses.
Is that right?
I used prescription lenses.
Corrective lenses.
Oh, okay. When did you use the corrective one?
A couple times when I had to read small print in the flight plan thing.
In the command module deal?
Yeah, with the helmet off all the time. I didn't use them all the time.
No, I didn't.
I'd use it from time to time in the simulators, particularly in the LMS. The only time when I can't adapt is the low light levels.
Yeah. Did you have any feeling about that on the lunar surface, Al, that the light levels were bothersome to you because of that? Because that is a very typical thing. That's an interesting
The
point.
light levels were generally higher in the lunar module. The thing that you don't simulate on the LMS is the difference between day and night on the side of the moon.
How about out
So
on
the
the
LMS is
surface?
dark all the time for all practical purposes.
How about out on the surface, when you were actually out on the surface and had your visor down?
You know,
Did those light levels bother you at all? I mean, did you feel that you were having any difficulty seeing
It's
the only
either,
problems I have is with reading small print at close distances when the light level
Yeah.
is low. And I had the problem in the LMS. A couple times in the CMS and the elements. I think, I don't know how many times I
Yeah.
broke them up, but I don't know, perhaps
Yeah.
6 or 8 times with the
Try to read that data card. It's about the only time I've ever seen you use them.
Yeah, but on the surface, Chuck, it's either stark white, I mean dazzling white, or it's absolutely black.
Or it's
So
black.
I don't think eyesight has a great deal to do with it at that point.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
I think you've covered most of that stuff about the vision on the surface and so forth pretty well in there. I think you've done that very well in the thing, so I don't think we need to, if we have something that comes back up for that, well, we'll get the word to you. But as far as I can tell from getting through all that so far, I think we've got most of that covered pretty
You know, I
well.
might point out to you, if you want to pursue the visibility further for any sort of medical things, if you look at the photographs, in my opinion, they're exactly what we saw.
Is that right?
If you look cross sun, the visibility is great. If you look up sun, everything's glared out by the sun. If you look down sun, all of the gentle, subtle rolling and the subdued craters, they just disappear on it.
Yeah.
But cross sun visibility is great. The photographs show it the same way.
You know, just real briefly on that same subject, it's kind of hard to tell when you're looking at just negatives of these 70 millimeters, but I was looking at some of the zero phase pictures last night and how the targets would disappear at zero phase. It does it on the films also. And
Same way.
as it turned out, I'll have to get, see what the prints look like. But my first impression is that I didn't see much more than what the camera did at zero phase, which is going to surprise me because I would have thought different.
Yeah.
But I don't take that as any sort of data until I've had a chance to really see a blown up print. I'm just looking at
Yeah.
some negatives in here. But that's my first impression.
We've always said that the eyeball can see more than the film can, but with our particular films, I think there's pretty good correspondence.
Probably gonna be about the same. That's great.
You're not insinuating we have bad eyeballs.
No, we just have good film.
Yeah, that's
Ah,
That's a preliminary opinion.
Hey, on the sunglasses, I guess you got it. As far as I know, nobody even broke their sunglasses out.
right. And you didn't feel you needed them?
No.
Right.
Well, I think the only time we needed them was when there was sun shafting in, but in PTC, just wait a couple of minutes, it'll be gone.
Goes away. Okay. Ed, there was a time at 196 hours where we lost your respiratory, so your CPN. Did you notice whether was the signal conditioner disconnected then, or was there a sensor loose or anything? Did you
No,
notice?
there was nothing different, it just quit apparently.
It just quit. You couldn't see anything obvious as to why.
No, I went down and went over the whole system, we checked the sensors, checked the belt, checked the connection, and we were getting too close to entry to really do a great deal of troubleshooting. So.
No, there was no point to do it then. And, okay, fine. Well, we're going to check those things. We never had a signal conditioner as such fail, and that's one of the things that's sort of interesting. If it wasn't a sensor problem, we want to be sure and check those signal conditioners out. Okay, I think we got most of this mobility thing done in there.
While we're talking about that biomed bill, let me just say that I think my urine bag problem, the UCTA problem, is kind of related to that bill in that, the UCTA is held by that elastic strap.
Right.
And I think the problem in getting that hose length correct has to do with the fact that the UCTA doesn't always end up in the same place. You try to get it below the belt so that it doesn't get on top of it and increase the dimension in what you've already done. And I think in doing that, I probably wore it a little more, wore the gun down the hip more maybe.
Yeah.
In retrospect, if there's some way that thing could be fixed, just like the
In
bottom
place.
was fixed, then it wouldn't move up and down, and therefore you can adjust the hose length a little better.
Now, I wore mine differently. I wore mine over the bio belt. That may be the
Yeah,
difference.
well, I think it's a question of fixing the vertical height of that thing, so you can get the right length of the hose. Because mine was up and down, and I think when you reached in, you probably found it was
Yeah.
sagging down as a result of being full of fluid on the one hand, but also because I used to wear it below the belt on the other.
Yeah.
But his hose had a definite kink in it. It came out of the fitting and just made a sharp kink, and it was bent, just like it's kinked, just like you see a hose.
Yeah. Very good. Did you feel any real dryness of skin as such, or dryness of your lips or your nose at all? Did you ever have any sensation that way during?
Not exceptionally for me.
I sure didn't have any obvious sensations of dryness.
I noticed, I don't know whether Stu did, I noticed his lips were cracking about the fourth or fifth day after we got back from TEI. But I don't know if you got it or not.
No, I didn't feel dry. In fact, I noticed it cracking in here too. No, I didn't feel any dryness particularly at all.
Okay, I think we got these all covered. Did they talk to you about the Phil Chapman wanted to tack on the light flash thing on the end of this thing here?
Yeah.
So why don't you tell them to come on in and let them get that out of the way then.
Hey Chuck, just real fast I know you've got to take the data and you're looking ahead to the longer flights, and I'm not trying to downplay it, but this weight loss, I think in my case, I don't want it to be misconstrued. I was just sitting here thinking, I weighed less after our field trip to Iceland than I did after this flight too. A weight loss of me of 5 pounds is no, just comes and goes with no problem at all.
Well, that's why the body water things are going to be pretty important.
Yeah.
To know is that really it? Is it really a total body water loss kind of thing? That'll be
Yeah.
a real important plug to hang on there. That's why we'll go over that with you so that it is clear.
Mm-hmm.
We won't have total body water or extracellular fluid space until after quarantine. That will be done in Baylor.
Those are
beta
beta
emitters. We're just doing the gamma counting here.
Why can't we get it out? We'll argue that with you later.
We're just not equipped.
Let's get it out. I'll talk with you later. There's a scientist. Let's go. Where's Phil? Yeah, there he is. Phil, go out.
Hey, y'all want to eat coffee? I got a big pot right here.
Yeah, I'm coming over to get some right now. Oh, you
Dick suggested that we should tack on a few questions about light flashes to the end of this briefing. That's what we're about to do. What we'd like to do is to clarify some of the subjective impressions that you got of what you saw in the way of light flashes, and also to clarify the conditions under which you saw them.
Excuse me, could you stand back from the mic just a little bit? That's a boom mic.
Phil,
and that
why don't you sit right here, it'll pick it up.
It'll really blast us out.
Let's go. You need to get reasonably close to the mic. You should be right in the middle.
Is there a way that the room could be dark? That the room could be dark?
Yes.
In a while.
You know what? Okay.
The first question we got is the streaks that you saw. Were they a very sharp phenomenon, or were they rather diffuse, like fuzzy?
Ones I saw were very sharp. There was no mistaking what it was. It was a streak so long, instantaneously disappeared.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Both the single streak and the double shot appeared to be very clear to me.
They were quite clear, and I think I made the comment over the loop that most of my streaks appeared to be on the periphery. And for the first several days, I got the impression that this direction was predominant. Later on, it appeared that I don't think I could get that good a pattern, but that was my first impression for the first couple of days.
The next question is, was there any apparent direction of propagation? And could you tell it was coming from one side to the other, or was it just a flash?
Several times you did say from the left to the right or something like that.
Tried to correlate it, but in my case, I couldn't really correlate a pattern out of it.
Yeah, I would think that the time period in which we tried to report them streak by streak, flash by flash, was representative. And it was my feeling that it was generally random during that time period, and therefore generally random throughout the time that we were noticing them.
No, I meant, could you detect that it was moving from one side to the other in general? It was moving in
A specific
Oh, and
flash, that's
a
correct.
specific flash, yes, yes.
But you could see it as a travel from one side to the other?
Yes.
You
I
really
think we
could?
tried to report it that way, didn't we?
Yes,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
did report it.
that's the way
That's
the
what's
impression
puzzling
goes.
us, because it has to be very fast, you know.
Isn't that question kind of redundant then?
Don't believe you.
Was there some character to these flashes that had some aspect of direction? I mean, were they all the same rod shaped, or did they have a tail on them?
Well, what I saw, what I reported as a streak was simply that. Now, maybe the way we determined the direction subconsciously was that it was a ball of light moving in a direction, leaving a tail. But I can't say that for sure. All I reported was a streak, and I had the impression of it moving from one direction to the other. And I reported that direction, and I can't clarify it much more than that.
Do you wanna?
Maybe while you're asking a question, if we just douse the lights, I think they can see this in the darkened room, but just try it. The idea is to try to see whether this is what you saw or similar to it.
I think you need the lights out there.
Well, can you see anything?
Yeah, except that's what it looked like, except it was traveling. In other words, it started out and it definitely progressed across
Yeah,
the field of view.
Direction and motion per individual.
Was it that bright?
Yeah, except you're not traveling. It was traveling.
You saw it as
I
a
never
point that
did
made
see-
a streak.
I never did see two simultaneously either.
Neither did I.
Now, you have two streaks on that, I never saw that.
At one time you said you saw a semicolon shaped thing.
So what?
A semicolon.
Most of my streaks appeared to be on the periphery, and for the first several days I got the impression that this direction was predominant. Later on it appeared that I don't think I could get that good a pattern, but that was my first impression for the first couple of days.
The next question is, was there any apparent direction of propagation? And could you tell it was coming from one side to the other, or was it just a flash?
Several times you did say from the left to the right or something like that.
Tried to correlate it, but in my case, I couldn't really correlate a pattern out of it.
Yeah, I would think that the time period in which we tried to report them streak by streak, flash by flash, was representative. And it was my feeling that it was generally random during that time period, and therefore generally random throughout the times that we were noticing them.
No, I meant, could you detect that it was moving from one side to the other in
Oh,
general?
yes.
It was moving in
A specific
Oh, and
flash, that's correct.
a specific flash, yes, yes.
But you could see it as a travel from one side to the other?
Yes.
You
I
really
think we
could?
tried to report it that way, didn't we?
Yes,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
did report it.
that's the way
That's
the
what's
impression
puzzling
goes.
us, because it has to be very fast, you know.
Isn't that question kind of redundant then?
Don't believe you.
Was there some character to these flashes that had some aspect of direction? I mean, were they all the same rod shaped, or did they have a tail on them?
Well, what I saw, what I reported as a streak was simply that. Now, maybe the way we determined the direction subconsciously was that it was a ball of light moving in a direction, leaving a tail. But I can't say that for sure. All I reported was a streak, and I had the impression of it moving from one direction to the other. And I reported that direction, and I can't clarify it much more than that.
Do you want to?
Maybe while you're asking a question, if we just douse the lights, I think they can see this in the darkened room, but just try it. The idea is to try to see whether this is what you saw or similar to it.
I think you need the lights out there.
Well, can you see anything?
Yeah, except that's what it looked like, except it was traveling. In other words, it started out and it definitely progressed across the field of view.
Direction of motion per individual.
Was it that bright?
Yeah, except you're not traveling. It was traveling.
You saw it as a point that made the street.
I never did see two simultaneously either.
Neither did I.
Now you have two streaks on that. I never saw that.
At one time you said you saw a semicolon shaped thing.
So what?
A semicolon shaped object. This was in the first report. Before the
I never did.
If I reported it, that's what I saw, but I don't remember it.
Did you see anything that looked like this?
All I can say is whatever was reported is what I saw.
No, we discussed the various shapes prior to flight, and I concentrated pretty hard on trying to see the shapes, and I think as I reported, it was either a streak and just a rather simple streak, or it was a flash and rather a simple flash, nothing too exotic about it, and on a more rare one would be maybe just a pinpoint of light for an instant, rather than get the idea of a flash. So it would just be a pinpoint for a second and it would be gone. But that was more rare than the other two.
By a flash, you mean a distributed sort of thing?
Yeah, I meant like watching an explosion. Just a ball versus just a steady dot. Yes.
Was it like this at all? Can you see that?
No.
Can you see this one? I see.
Can't see it.
We're not getting any light.
I don't think it's lighting.
Oh, there was something just as you turned it there.
Okay, I can see that.
I mean, multiple.
Well, this one.
Okay, that to me would be the pinpoint that I'm describing. The eruption, or the nova as we call them, would be more of an explosion.
Yeah.
How about this?
Yeah.
Were there more dots than that?
Well, you've got a very, very bright center and a diffused edge. I would say that the impression I had was you would have an area like that indicating a blow up, but the center wasn't predominantly that bright. But that's getting closer to what we would call, or what I would refer to as a nova or a flash.
It's not as bright as what I call a nova. Yeah.
Ed, was your nova an explosion like this, or a discrete flash?
No, it was what I called a nova was more of a blob that seemed to start with that and kind of expand.
More diffused.
Yeah, and more diffused as the time went on.
But brighter than that?
Brighter than that, yes. That's about what I'd call a flash or a star.
Here again, you've got too much contrast between the center and the diffused area there, though.
That's some light.
Also, your time frame that you're flashing, that's too long. It was faster than that.
But am I right, Ed, from what you just said, that when you said flash, you really meant a star and not what you just described?
I think I almost tended to use flash and star interchangeably.
That's not true for you.
No, when I flash, nova to me were essentially the same thing. The only distinction I make is the pinpoint versus an explosion.
Okay, I think what Stu was calling a pinpoint was about what I'd call a star or a flash. And a nova, to me, was a much bigger, brighter thing.
Okay, I got a couple of quick ones. First of all, the cabin lighting. Exactly, was it completely dark, or were there some instrument lights still on?
Absolutely dark.
Absolutely dark. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Well, yeah, there is.
You're talking about the time period that we ran this quantitative report, right?
Right.
So, completely dark.
Okay. And did you have your eyes closed most of the time, or were they open in the dark cabin?
Mine was
we had
closed.
both.
Yeah,
I had both.
Even though we had the window shades on, when we roll around so the sun would hit some of the windows, there'd be some light seepage around, and we were aware of that ahead of time. So during that time period, I made an attempt to keep my eyes closed, open otherwise, and of course we closed our eyes when Ed flipped his flashlight on. But generally speaking, eyes were open.
No, mine was almost closed all the time. I was floating down the corner of the LEB, but I kept my eyes closed because I didn't know when we might roll into the sun, and I didn't want to pick up any light at all.
Okay, the next question on the flashlight was when you shined it in your eyes, what was the approximate duration in each eye? About how many seconds?
Well, I just kind of moved it across for 5 seconds or so. 5 or 6 seconds. It hurt. It was very bright.
And next question on still your orientation in the LEB. You said you were looking toward plus X. Were you across?
I was generally, you know how you have the 3 couches, and plus X is up. I was oriented this way with my head looking face up down in this corner.
So your head was in the same direction as it would be if you were on the couch, it just rotated 90
Yes,
degrees.
that's it.
Okay. And next question is, in almost every case, you did report that it was in one eye or the other. I believe there's one incident where you had both eyes. And my question is, it may be somewhat redundant, but were you absolutely certain that you could distinguish that it was one eye as opposed to...
Yeah, I felt I was getting more in the left than the right for some reason.
Well, in fact, you're all heavily biased towards the right on your reports.
Really?
Very heavily, like 3 or 4 to 1.
I would have sworn that I was biased to the left.
You had 12 right and 6 left, and Al, you had 10 right, 4 left, and of the ones you reported, Stu, you had 6 right and 2 left, and the rest were either no reports or both eyes. It was all very heavily biased to the right eye.
That's very surprising.
No, well,
While we're talking about that, it seems to me that I would get a flash or a streak or whatever the phenomenon, whatever the shape was, simultaneous with somebody else reporting.
that's exactly the next question. We there were 3, from listening to the tapes, 3 events, and it occurred in cases where different pairs were involved, which were coincidences. Where I think in one case, Ed, you said flash, and then Al, you said simultaneous with him. I had a flash in the whole right eye. Now, my question would be, when it was simultaneous, was it after he began speaking, or was it in fact was his words good enough for you to have been a mark on your flash?
Well, certainly within a fraction of a second, I think it was simultaneous.
Yeah, the couple of times it happened to me, it was his mark or whoever's mark it was good enough.
Okay.
Same here.
And then the next question is, earlier, before the session, and when you were describing some of the subjective observation, you mentioned the halos that you'd seen, that you'd see a flash followed by...
and we finally got Stu to take his halo off and put it away. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Well, okay. Now the after effects, were they present most of the time? Did you have cognizance of a spike and then a sort of a glow afterwards?
Only on what I call the nova or the supernova.
Is that true for you too, Stu?
I didn't really notice a halo effect myself.
I guess I'm not sure what we're calling the halo effect. You mean a diffused brightness?
More like an afterglow than a halo.
Did I call any of those? I sure don't remember it.
No, I think Ed described it.
Yeah, I don't think I saw any of those.
Okay. And the other question we had was, do you remember making any observations in lunar orbit? I know there were no formal periods, but any just informal.
You know, I thought about that on the way back, and I was so tired that night that I really don't remember seeing any flashes, but I didn't look for any either. So I guess the question would be, I consciously did not see any, but I wouldn't take that as a data point.
Okay, that's fine. And then the final question that I have is, after our formal session, that was at about 191 GET, you then had a sleep period later on. Do you remember whether you saw any during that sleep period closer in?
It's significant whether you're inside the magnetopole or not.
I don't consciously recall, but I don't really recall that there was any night, except on the lunar surface, that I didn't at some time or another see some.
You didn't see any on the lunar surface?
No, I don't remember about the lunar surface. There was precious little sleep that night
Sure,
anyhow,
sure.
so.
Okay, well, that's all the questions I had.
We douse the lights for a minute.
While you're dousing light, I have one additional question. Did you get the impression that light flashes could have been within the cabin or definitely within your eye?
Definitely within the eye.
Okay.
I want to get some idea about orientation and length of the streets. Did you ever see anything that looked like this?
No,
No.
I never did.
You use the terminology of 6 o'clock or hours of the clock. Does that mean to you, when you say 6 o'clock to the center, about how long a streak is that? That's a hard question to answer. If you were visualizing something about, about the arm's length away from you, how long would you say your longest streak was? That long? You see my fingers? I'll show it on the...
Let me describe it a different way.
All right.
It appeared to me that the things, I would say, were 3 or 4 inches away from my plane, whatever that means, and were a couple of inches long.
Tell us what it
That
means.
makes sense. Yeah, a couple inches long and 3 or 4 inches in front of you. It looks like this.
Too long for me.
There were 2 of them, I guess. See that one up above?
The one up above looks better.
Okay. How about this?
Probably fairly close.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably about as close as the longest one.
See, I'm not sure what our scale is here. I'd rather say that if I'd consider whatever it may be, but the field of view of, say, my right eye, and take a radius of that I'd put a streak at of about a half the radius would be the
Yeah.
average streak.
Half or a little longer.
Okay. You think, is there any way that you can associate this length of streak to what you said, Stu? Was it longer or shorter, or can you say?
Well, it would depend on how big a circle I want to draw from my field of view. I saw streaks that long because with my eyes closed, I imagine a rather big field of view here in my eye. So I'd see streaks that long.
One time you said you saw streaks oriented in a certain direction. Do you remember that? Which
Yes.
direction?
The way you had it, bring it on up that way.
And Ed, what about you?
Well, I think I had them from several directions, and I reported them as moving from one direction to the other at that time. There were several of them, though.
How about Al? Any particular direction, up and down, left and right?
I didn't notice any preferred orientation, and here again, I think I'd try to express the length of the arc of the flash in terms of the peripheral field, and if you're talking about a horizontal peripheral field as being somewhere in the vicinity of 150 to 160 degrees, then in some cases the light flashes would go across as much as 50 or 60 degrees of that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Were the light flashes broken in the center?
In some cases they were. In some cases I had the feeling it was 2 dots, one immediately following the other, giving the impression of right to left, or top to bottom, or bottom to top, or left to right.
The point is, you see that the retina is so curved that if you draw a straight line, you can't get too long. You shouldn't be able to get too long a streak without breaking out of the retina again. You know, in the plane of the retina, because it's shaped like that.
But it has some depth, does it not?
If it had been any longer than that, it would just is on the retina.
Can't hear that.
Through a couple of portions.
Can't hear you.
It should not have been any longer than what I showed you if it just went through the retina as one track, but if it went through a couple of eyes, then you'd have the impression of a long streak. That's why we're interested in the character. I have one more about the cloud that you saw. This is a new phenomenon which we hadn't expected. Can you describe this lightning behind the cloud?
I think it occurred, I reported it a couple of times, and it appeared, as I recall, to be down low on one eye or the other, and it was just a diffuse lighting.
Any color?
White, silver.
If you were out in the country and looking at the horizon and there was lightning behind a cloud, was it like that?
Except generally if you do that, you can see a streak behind the cloud. There was no streak, it was just a diffuse lighting.
Simulate it when they get out. We have a little gizmo that will simulate that sort of phosphene when you get out of quarantine. Maybe have a look at it.
I have one last attempt to try to do the cloud here. You douse the lights a minute. Good job. Hey, still wet. Was it anything like that?
I didn't see it.
It's pretty dim cloud, right?
Hey, I'm not dark adapted, I still don't see it.
I haven't seen anything on it yet.
Okay. Well, forget it.
Okay.
But what you're trying to describe is just what we used to call heat lightning as a kid.
Yeah, just a general diffuse light.
Yeah.
You didn't see the relief of the cloud, did you?
No, not necessarily, no. It's just a blob of light.
The one final question, we did voice up to you a question about whether you noticed any other sensations besides flashes, which was the reason for asking that was that if it was, did you feel any tingling or find yourself twitching or hear anything? And the reason for that is that if it is an interaction back in the brain, then your other senses are just about as sensitive as your visual sense, and maybe you should feel something, but you never noticed anything.
Didn't notice it.
Didn't notice any sensation.
There's two things to think about. Did you notice your thumb itching or your lips twitching?
In particular.
In particular.
No? Never look for it either.
Well, it's, these are suggestive questions, and the fact that you say no is significant.
You can press on with different parts of the anatomy, you might get a yes, but it has nothing to do with
Well, those are
rays.
the two biggest cross sections for.
If there's something significant about your thumbs or your lips, maybe you should warn people to look for that, because I don't know, unless it's going to be so obvious that you would.
Are you saying you itch all over?
Well, sometimes you might think you should be, feel very comfortable.
Okay, thanks very much. So, I think I said to Ed yesterday that you really did provide an enormously improved amount of data on this phenomenon that we've had in many previous flights. It was great.
Well, I would add this, that I think that's the way you really have to go, is to take a definite period, set it aside and do it, because otherwise it's so random and so many other things going through your mind that it's the only way you get anything quantitative about it.
However, you did a remarkable job of concentrating on that length of time. Do you feel that was being unreasonable to ask you to do that without you going to sleep or something like that? It's a pretty boring thing to do, just sitting there lying watching it. Do you think we should be that in planning for doing this sort of thing on future missions, that we shouldn't try and do much more than we tried to get you to do, because it's just too much just to sit there lying there trying to concentrate that length of time?
Well, if you can find a time period during the flight when the crews don't have anything else to do, I think it's reasonable to suggest that, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I would do it before a sleep period or when they're tired or they'll go to sleep on you.
Yeah, and I think along that line, Phil, by the time if you talk a little bit pre-flight like we did, and then the phenomena is there, because your first sleep period or the first time you get the spacecraft dark and close your eyes, you're going to see flashes, and so then that sort of sparks your curiosity a little more, and then when they say let's settle down and count them, I think you're agreeable to it.
Fine. Okay.
Hey, one other comment on that, and I'm not even sure that it's related, but I really think that this is just a general impression, that if I would look at say the glow of the wristwatch or something like that, and then close my eyes again, I'd almost always see a flash, and I tried then to correlate looking at say a crack through the window shade, or looking at my watch or something, and then closing my eyes, and I really came to the impression that the two may have been correlated, but I never really looked at it enough to to say that for sure, but I think there was a correlation between seeing a light or something like this and then closing your eyes, and pretty soon you'd pick up that flash.
That's an important observation. If the action is directly in the pipe or the retina cells, the outer segment, you might expect it to behave the way electrical phosphines do, rather than just from light, which takes dark adaptation. What do you think about that, Ed?
I'm not quite sure what your point is. I was going to make the comment that with respect to the flashes, putting the flashlight in my eyes did not seem to destroy my dark adaptation. Now, what that means, I don't know.
Did you do like that?
Yep.
That slow? Or that fast?
Yep, for some time.
You certainly wiped out some of the nerves.
I wiped out something.
Wiped it all out.
I'm not sure that's true, Chuck.
How long did you do it?
You should wipe it all out.
A couple of minutes, minute.
A minute, back and forth like this. About 5 seconds per track.
Something like that.
Yeah. Hey, now I know
what you're saying though is that the reason you think you didn't knock it all out is because you could still see the flashes? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the cockpit looked different. Remember, I was doing this eyes open. And it seemed like with just what I consider dark adaptation, that I was more dark adapted, that I dark adapted much sooner after doing that than I did when we started the experiment.
You would. Oh,
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, that you would do.
Because you wipe out the cones less with that, just with the flashlight you do with the tungsten light or something else.
Hey, I'd like to make sure that on this dark adaptation. Now I know during the formal hour or 40 minutes, whatever it was, that Ed was shining the light. But I don't know whether you picked it up on air to ground or not. But I had done that prior to that during one of the sleep periods, and there's just, you do not have to be dark adapted to see these beauties.
Yeah, I think that's a conclusion drawn from what Ed's saying.
That's a very significant data point, because it almost certainly proves that it's not a real light in your eye, generated in your eye. It's actually an interaction itself.
Yeah, but why did it take us so long when we started the experiment before we saw anything? It was quite a while, and yet when I wiped the light across my eyes within 30 or 40 seconds, there they were again.
17 minutes.
Pardon?
17 minutes. No response from you.
Yeah, but when I did it with the flashlight, within 30 or 40 seconds, they were right there again.
You said that they were fainter. They seemed fainter than they had on previous times that you'd observed them, and there definitely is a threshold effect of some sort, because you saw twice as many during that period as the other two did. And I think maybe it's just, my guess was when you didn't see them and then you started to see them regularly, was that it was just that they were fainter. They seemed fainter than you expected, and so it took you a while to sort of get your attention down to fainter ones than what you were looking for.
Well, that may be the case, except they did indeed appear fainter in the beginning, and it wasn't a matter of looking for fainter objects. They were brighter after a while.
Question for you, Al.
And they didn't diminish in brightness when I did the flashlight across my eyes. They were still just as bright 30 seconds later as they had been before I used the flashlight. And that's why I'm questioning the dark adaptation bit. Either I didn't wipe the dark adaptation out, or there is something related to dark adaptation that influences the phenomenon. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
That doggone time period that we did it, and the few flashes we saw was very surprising to me. And we talked about this and we commented on it at the time. Boy, it seemed like you'd wake up during a sleep period, and
they were all over the place.
Now here again, maybe I'd lose track of time. You're laying there in the dark cabin, and maybe it was longer than what I thought, but it just seemed like that. There's abundance of flashes, and I was amazed when it took 17 minutes to see a flash. I thought any time that you wanted to close your eyes, you were going to and concentrate on it, you were going to see these things.
That's why I suggest that you really ought to set a time period aside, because it is such a random function as far as I'm concerned, that to try to do it on a non-quantitative basis is awfully tough.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that I think that each individual is going to report at different levels of activity too. I had the feeling there was maybe some little faint things that I would sort of see that I didn't want to talk about because I couldn't define them as a flash.
Yeah, I had those too.
So
I think also it's a good idea to do it this way, because your subjective impression is not necessarily right, like you felt that you saw more of them in your left eye than your right, and that wasn't true.
It was wrong, apparently.
So we need to get the data real time.
When you go to sleep at night, do you see any of these things? Most people do see something as they're going to sleep in a darkened room. They can't get to sleep right away, down here.
I think everybody does.
Certain, I don't know.
Yeah, you got lights blinking around, you know, in your eyes if you get in a real dark room occasionally. But maybe it's because we'd never really concentrated on looking for this particular type of phenomena.
These phenomena that you saw were different from the ones that you see once in a while.
Oh, definitely.
Certainly a lot more frequent.
Yeah.
No question about that.
How about in brightness?
About what?
Brightness. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
I guess I'll make a note to see if I see any of those, you know, from here on. But I certainly haven't since we've been back. But here again, and Ed mentioned this, and I agree with him, but it's another subjective thing, that the flashes you see when you wake up in the middle of the night as a whole appear to be brighter than the flashes as a whole during that experiment that we did during the day. And I'm like Al, I was a little reluctant to call anything except a very positive flash during that time frame. You know, I wanted to make really sure that was indeed a mark at the time that I called it. But those that you saw during the middle of the night appeared to be brighter, and like I say, appeared to be more of them. But here again, you know, you may lay there for an hour and you think it's 10 minutes or something. I don't know. Maybe you lose track of the time, but it's a subjective thing.
Ed saw one blue flash. Did anyone else see color?
No.
Wait a minute. No, that wasn't blue. It was a silver, a blue-white sort
Like
of
a
thing.
blue diamond, you said.
Like a blue diamond.
Was that the brightest that you saw?
I don't recall it was the brightest, no.
Has anybody been hit in the head and seen stars?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Were these anything like that?
I think I'm more concentrating on the pain.
When you go to bed tonight, if you went in a dark room, if you just knuckle your eyeballs, you should see flashes, and it might be worth trying that to see whether they look like the same sort
Yeah,
of.
we cry a lot in here.
Okay.
No, I'll say, you know, if you can get the next cruise interested, Phil, you know, it makes a great topic of conversation, and, you know, during the flight, you got nothing else to talk about, you can talk about light flashes. So, you know, I think if you get the crew's curiosity aroused, why, it's a good deal.
Well, I think the interest, the pressure on the subject which is built up is such that there will be some formal experiment on it, then it's probably the way to go. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, we'll keep back in touch with you and let you know what we're gonna do with this other thing and what we're gonna do, how things are coming time-wise for the end of the business too.
For the what, Chuck?
For the tolling, you know what the date is, you know what the time is now? 07:31 on Saturday,
So the release time, you mean?
yeah.
Work on springing us early, Chuck.
Somebody said that the 21 days ended up on Saturday morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we've been led to believe otherwise, Chuck.
In the debriefing plan, it says 0800 the 26th on Friday.
Deke says we get out Friday morning.
Yeah, he called me yesterday. Yeah, he called me last night. He says, "How the hell did we ever get this number in here?" I said, "I don't know where you got that number."
Well, the radiation people are here. We're talking about release and all that kind of business. Can we get a hack on when they're going to get total body counts?
last station, calling 3 South again.
We're picking up at 12-0 liftoff, rendezvous, and docking. And again, where things went nominal, as per the checklist, we're going to get the lunar surface checklist, Jeff?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to say so. LEM power up and launch prep went well. We did not do the P-22. And everything else just went as advertised on the LEM. She came up and powered up beautifully. Anything in there that's worth going through? Okay, the liftoff was went normal. We got obviously all our pyros, and we lost no changeover Parker valves or anything. The only thing that I would like to mention, let the LMP pick it up here, is that very soon after liftoff, we had apparent loss of comm, a lot of noise in the S-band. It turned out that we were downlinking, but there was something wrong with the uplink. So the CDR watched most of the guidance and could call out in the blind altitudes and goes and what have you as we pitched over and pressed on up. But for about the first 2 or 3 minutes, I think the lunar module pilot had to concern himself with trying to get comm back.
Yeah, and again, it was apparently Goddard, or Goldstone, dropped the uplink, and then when they were getting it back, I was switching on these, and for a while there it was just completely out of phase. And but they apparently had a continuous downlink.
It was a very inopportune time, I might say, because it happened just right after ignition.
I think that's something, though, that the INCOs are going to be able to clarify, because we certainly can't give you the details. It just, there was essentially no comm on all the antennas.
We got into they briefed us on a trajectory. We flew into a trajectory that appeared to be nominal. The ag showed a slight out of plane, I believe, and as a result, our tweak had 9 foot per second. It was -4, -9, and +1. We burned out X, Z, Y in that order, and it looked like the ag's out of plane indication was good.
About 7 feet per second, a little over 7 feet.
And it looked like we might have had a somewhat a G-sensitive drift in our Y accelerometer and the pings, but the tweak, as it turned out, was an excellent tweak because our rendezvous resulted in just as nominal a rendezvous and a nominal trajectory and profile as I guess I've ever been involved with. The drift and accelerometer did not bother us anywhere else in the tracking or in the rendezvous at all. Rendezvous navigation was followed the checklist. We got radar performed very well. We had auto updates into the ags. The only thing I might mention here is when it came to making a TPI burn, the residuals in the TPI burn were greater than what I had expected them, and we did not record them because I wanted to get them nulled out just as soon as possible. But they were, and I don't know the tenths, but they were -7 in X, and then they were 4 and 4, and I'm not sure whether they were plus or minus in Y and Z. But they were. The point I'm making is they were larger than I had expected. They were -7 and a 4 point something and a 4 point something. We reduced those to less than 0.2 of a foot per second,
and from there on continue to plot right through the mid-courses, right up the pike on a nominal trajectory. Communications after that first lash up, you got any comment about that?
No, the comment was good. A couple comments about the eggs. After about 5 or 10 minutes, or early in insertion, I always check the accelerometers or the after insertion, and they looked real good, except about 5 or 10 minutes later, and I can't remember exactly, I looked and I had accumulated a foot or two per foot, maybe a foot and a half per feet per second at X. So Gene went free and I did a gyro cal, and after that there was no significant accumulation in X. That went very well. I did that without talking to the ground, but I felt I had an understanding with him that was something that he could do without fear. Let me just also mention on the TPI solutions, the AGS had essentially, within 2 or 3 feet per second, a good TPI solution after 6 marks. The insertion solution was not very good. It was off by a number of feet per second in X and even more in Z. This was your first one, 17 marks, and this was your final.
Didn't change much.
No.
The pings recycle and pings final were
very close, within a couple feet per second in X, they were right.
Yeah. And a pings recycle had, I don't remember exactly, the cause for 15 marks. I think I
had
17
marks. And there's more data in the data card book about various ag, at certain times, marks with the ag solutions.
Okay, the mid-course solutions. First mid-course agreed effectively all systems except ags out of plane was a little bit high, and the decision was made to burn the onboard ping solution out of the LEM, which was minus 1.2, plus 0.4, and plus 0.3. We continued to track right up the pike. Mid-course 2 came up, and we again compared all the solutions. The ags out of plane was still a little bit high, and in actually the opposite direction from the pings. We had a slight variation in the CSM solution in Z. I don't know why. It came up with plus 5.4 feet per second in Z. So we really didn't get a very good correlation between the CSM and the LEM on the second mid-course. But the pings was still performing, the radar was still performing, and based upon our trajectory plot and based upon our following the nominal inertial line of sight rates, we decided to burn the pings, onboard ping solution in the LEM, and it was minus 0.4, minus 0.7, and minus 1.6, and from there on out we just continued to follow the inertial line of sight angles, and very little tweaking in either in Y or Z, and we just sort of floated right through the braking gates at 1 mile. I think we took about 6 or 7 feet per second off to hit 30. We met all the gates as prescribed, and just came moving very slowly into final station keeping. Went into a formation flight around the CSM, got a good inspection of the spacecraft in the sim bay, the report of which is in a transcript. Everything looked good to us. We eventually maneuvered, the command module maneuvered to the docking attitude. The LEM just took his position, his docking attitude, did his pitch and yaw maneuver, and or gave station keeping control to the command module to pitch and yaw maneuver, and stood by for docking.
Okay, command module pilot, proceeding on with the docking. I think one of the more noticeable differences between this docking and the docking with the S4B is the fact that the ascent stage deadbands a lot more than the S4B did. S4B is steady as a rock, but you could tell we just watched the LEM deadband because it would change attitude, and then you'd try to follow it. And looking on the first attempt coming in, I must have had less than 1/10 of a foot per second, just barely closing on the thing, just taking it nice and easy. Made contact and did not get captured. Okay, as soon as it didn't get captured, well, then it's obviously you're closing too slow. So I backed off, a couple of 3 feet, I guess, something like that. Renulled the rates and initiated the closing rate and got captured. As soon as we went to capture, both vehicles went to CMC free, and you look around and check the barber poles and whatever, and look back out, and here I had some rates in the CSM, and I'm sure now that the LEM had rates also. You must have had. Right.
Well, we did when as soon as you went free. See, as soon as capture, the LEM went free,
yeah.
And then the CSM trying to null the rates ended up perturbating the LEM and giving us rates.
Mm-hmm. So we finally gave up on that mode, had the LEM go to attitude hold, and then once you go to attitude hold, then the CSM could null the rates, and we got it lined up and attempted the hard docking. No problem. Probe retract came back. This time it didn't sound like it was as much of a ripple fire. It was more of a, and it was a quicker docking, or a quicker hard dock than it was the previous time.
You getting more tape? Okay.
Yeah, we're still.
Okay, I want to say something about visual sightings during a rendezvous. I was able to, from the LEM, I was able to see the command module when it was sunlit at somewhere around 100 miles, and definitely define that was a command module. After the command module went into darkness, I could not pick up his tracking light until we were well within about 40 miles. I think this transcript have got more an accurate time, but could not pick up the docking light, the rendezvous light, rather from the command module until we were well within 40 miles, and then just a initially very dim, faint flash. I was able to verify on board that the LEM tracking light was working, and I finally figured out how. It was reflecting off the underside of the EVA handrail on the left forward side of the LEM. So I could see the LEM tracking light flashing. And also, when there were some particles we took with us that stayed with the spacecraft, and you could see the sequential flash off of those particles as a result of our LEM tracking light.
Okay, this is the command module pilot. I've already mentioned in section 11.0 about the visibility of the lunar module through the optic.
I got down here. Let's see.
Anything else to add about
photography and television? The photography on the LEM, we'll just have to wait and see how it turned out. I took a lot of footage. Actually, we put it on not only the Ascent mag, but we put it on another mag. We had part of the mag built. So, and that includes a sim bay. Right along, we did have a Hasselblad on board, so we have a lot of Hasselblad photography, the rendezvous, and some of the surface stuff in the process of it.
Okay, post-docking check, we're going to 13.0, lunar module jettison through TEI. Post-docking check and pressurization. Well, first of all, I guess you said you had every latch made this time, right?
Every latch worked on all 12 docking latches worked.
Okay.
That sounds like there's something to do with the mass of the other vehicle involved here.
The general comment I want to make about the post-docking operations is that throughout the rendezvous, both pilots in the LEM kept their helmets on for dust, keep the dust out primarily. The commander took off his gloves almost immediately after insertion and flew the entire rendezvous that way. you took yours off sometime later.
I kept mine on after we'd done a lot of transfer. I can't remember exactly.
Kept your gloves on too? You kept your gloves?
Okay. After insertion, I did most of my pre-insertion work with the gloves on because I didn't want to take the time. I want to get that initial ag solution, and I could get that fairly rapidly with the gloves. And I didn't take the gloves off until maybe 10 or 15 minutes after insertion. But I kept the helmet on all the way through most of the transfer, just to avoid breathing the dust because I'd had the irritation, sinus irritation on the surface.
And the commander kept the helmet on throughout the rendezvous and docking. I took my gloves off after insertion and left them off. Now, when we started getting prepared, as soon as we were hard docked, the commander took off his helmet. And as I look back at that, because of the dust debris in the LEM spacecraft, I'm sorry I did it. I could have left the helmet on, and I would have had a lot less, not troublesome, but it was just eye and mouth type of irritation. You knew you were in a very heavily infiltrated atmosphere in the LEM because of the lunar dust. Although I don't know how much lunar dust previous flights had, but I think we saved a great deal of grief by taping up, by sweeping all the dust we could find on the floor into the holes and putting our tape covers over those holes. I think that had to help a great deal because there was an awful lot of dust on the floor that we didn't see. So I had, Commander had his helmets and gloves off throughout the entire transfer. Basically, the way we handled the transfer was the way we had planned. I think the LEM pilot did most of the preparation of the gear in the LEM, and the commander stayed in the tunnel and passed things on, and the inventory was going on the command module side and on the LEM side both. We vacuumed each other's suits the best we could, and everything else that got supposedly transferred unbagged or uncovered.
This is the LMP, and in spite of the CMP's comments to the contrary, I think we got things remarkably clean, and there wasn't an awful lot of dirt in the command module coming back.
Really was.
Oh, that's true. I didn't want to leave that impression. Okay.
Contrast, he may have thought it was dirty, but I was surprised we were able to keep the level of, pardon the expression, contamination of the command module down.
That atmosphere that the commander was referring to in a LEM after he took his helmet off, I could go halfway through the tunnel and stick my head up into the command module, and it was a totally refreshed, unpolluted atmosphere up there that never did get polluted.
I think having that vacuum cleaner running in the LEM had a lot to do with keeping the flow in the other direction and filtering out the air.
Oh, I did too. Right. We never did vacuum in the command module because it just wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary to vacuum in the command module at all.
And the suits were noticeably cleaned by the vacuum cleaner. You could tell you were pulling stuff off of them, although they were still dirty, and every other subsequent time we handled them, we got our hands dirty. But I think most of the free dust was taken care of.
We effectively stayed on a transfer list. I say effectively throughout that transfer. However, some things got transferred out of order and got temporarily stowed in the command module, but we effectively used the transfer list as not as a cookbook, follow recipe type of thing, but as an inventory list. And we inventoried it several times from both ends and found out that we were satisfied we had everything transferred, and then pressed on with the LEM closeout. LEM closeout went nominal. We got back into the LEM, or into the command module, and the commander closed out the LMP closed out the LEM, and for convenience, the commander effectively went back and closed out the LEM hatch, put in a command module hatch. Because of the slow tunnel vent, or the long duration of tunnel vent, the commander stayed in the tunnel, the LMP in his seat and the CMP in the left seat. We suited up and got prepared for our integrity check, and as soon as the LEM tunnel vent was complete and we were satisfied with integrity of the hatch, we went into the suit integrity checks.
Yeah, this is CMP. Let me make another comment on the tunnel vent time. I'll bet it must take, and I'm not sure if this is correct, but I bet at least 3 or 4 times longer than the simulator is for the tunnel vent move.
And I think that's going to be applicable to Skylab because of their docking. They're going to have to vent before the end dock. It took quite a while. But tunnel closeout was easy. We had no drogue and no probe, which were stowed in the LEM for LEM jet. Going through the rest of these mine triggers under lunar model jettison through TEI, we just followed the checklist, and it all seemed to happen just as advertised.
Well, we got a little bit intrigued with the LEM jettison. This time it was great, and it just sailed out there nice and pretty, and we got a lot of good pictures of it where we should have been maneuvering. And we ended up getting into P41 for the set burn a little bit late, but that's no problem either because we just turned the residuals in P41 and got a good set burn.
I want to make a comment that I think cleaning control in the command module was excellent, considering all the dust and all the dirt that just seemed to adhere to everything in the LEM. When we got back in the command module, with the exception of the suits and with the exception of the LMP and the CDR, everything was clean. And that, for the most part, is because everything was bagged before we brought it over, bagged and zipped. And we never did open anything once we got it zipped up. So the command module stayed, and I think that suit fan filter is probably going to be very, very clean, stayed exceptionally clean throughout the remainder of the flight.
Let me add in the bagging, the decontamination bags, I made a special effort as per request pre-launch to pull those zippers as tight as I could, and they should be pretty tight sealed.
Okay, orbital navigation, high gain, why don't you pick that up?
Okay, I've already, from SEP to TEI, I have no comments. High gain always worked good. Omnis and S-band were good. Photography went as advertised. We have a lot of targets of opportunity. SimBay operations have been mentioned before.
Let me just make one gross comment about the way we handle it as a 3-man crew in SimBay operations, which after...
Didn't we get that yesterday?
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay, it's covered.
I think it's covered.
I think I did say so.
Yeah, you did. Okay, the TEI updates. Nominal. Section of star checks were good for TEI.
Got the commander's master alarm on every one of them all through the flight, which made me feel very good.
Yeah, but you kept trying to get it.
I made sure I got it. I made sure I got it on those last few. I wasn't going to change any mode of operation. I'll tell you that last one. Well, reentry was the last one, but I made sure I got it on TEI. Just make you guys feel at home. I figured you'd think I didn't do it right if I didn't get the master alarm.
The TEI half G, or whatever we were pulling there, seemed like more than that.
Quite noticeable.
Yeah, it sure did. It seemed like it was really pushing you back in the seat.
Yeah. Ron and I both, I think, started out holding our heads up and eventually relaxed them back on the couch.
I guess we must have had the spacecraft pretty well stowed or tied down, because as I briefed the CFP and LMP, and as I recall those kind of burns back at Apollo 10, lots of things start moving through the spacecraft and find their due on the aft end of the spacecraft because of the G load. And much to my surprise, all we had was initial thud as we moved away from the station, and we didn't have any gear coming from anywhere flying through the spacecraft. So we must have cleaned it up pretty well.
I caught a white tagged wet wipe.
A white tagged wet wipe. But other than maybe one or two of those things, in looking back, I would have expected more gear to come from somewhere, but we prepared for those burns pretty well.
Well, that brings up another point that reminds me, though, is that there is always water condensing on the ECU unit, the pipes and what have you back in there when you get back to clean the suit circuit return valve. And when we put our suits on for the EVA the next day, your suits were noticeably wet. Mm-hmm. And also, when I pulled the PGA bag up, it was damp down underneath the PGA bag. So I think as a normal procedure, we should have, either after the burn, probably before the burn, made sure we wipe up the water in the LAB somehow to do that.
I wasn't really aware. Our suits were damp when we put them out, but I was not aware. I could look down there, and I could not find any real water down in the down there. Except on ECS.
Yeah, on ECS, there's always water down there in ECS, and I just assumed that's where all that came from. But
funny, it was all over.
It's not a puddle of water, like you say. It was just damp.
It was almost as if it was colder down in the LAB, and water was condensing on all over the suits. It wasn't as if they were in a puddle.
Yeah. Okay, I think that covers right on through TEI.
Let's see. Yeah, the one thing I want to mention on TEI is that, again, the simulator is set up such that in the roll deadband, it goes over to one side of the roll deadband and just kind of stays there. And during the TEI burn, it was bouncing back and forth from one side of the deadband, throw over to the other side of the deadband. And when it's bouncing back and forth, the roll rate is up around 4/10 of a degree per second, arcing back and forth across the roll deadband.
Okay, 14.0 Trans-Earth Coast, and the thing that I just realized we've neglected to say anywhere about systems, I'd like to mention chlorination at this point in time. I think without fail, did you ever talk about it?
No.
I think without fail, almost every chlorination leaked. Sometimes larger quantities of water, other times just small quantities of water. And I'll tell you where it leaked.
Water or chlorine?
Well,
or both. It's a combination.
Chlorine in your chlorinating and buffer, or water when you withdrew the buffer sample.
Okay.
But where it leaked appeared to me to leak within the ampule itself around the bag, because it was the chlorine, the cylindrical chlorine dispenser that was continually wet. It was not where the dispenser fit into the needle, or where the needle adapter fit into the spacecraft. It was within the barrel chlorine dispenser itself, and we continually, chlorination was a case of always cleaning your hands with chlorine, because you always had it available down there within that dispenser, and in some cases you had larger quantities of water that had to be wiped up with a tissue. That plagued us throughout the whole mission. It turned out not to be a serious problem because we learned how to handle it, but that was one system anomaly that never had really been brought out.
Okay, let's see, CMP, let me amplify that a little bit. In 2 cases, I'm almost positive that when you put the thing on in the bayonet fitting and crank it on there, it did not puncture the ampule itself. And the reason I believe that's correct is that when you start to crank the outside of the cassette down to push the chlorine into the water system, it was very hard to turn. And if you tried to force it, you could force it on down there, and I'm sure that's a good way to break an ampule on the thing. And if you take it, I just in 2 cases took the bayonet fitting loose again and put it back on there, and in both cases, then you try to squeeze the chlorine out of the ampule into the system, and it would turn easier. But it's still hard to
Awfully hard to
crank that thing down.
But we did not, we got the chlorination done. We didn't miss any injections of chlorine, and we didn't miss any of the buffer samples. So I guess we got the job done. It was just a little bit messy. And chlorine was evident, and because the CDR eventually peeled all the outer skin off his right hand, and I'm convinced it was due to the chlorine and had nothing to do with the EVA.
Boy, he lost a little flesh, little skin on the EVA.
Trans-Earth Coast, systems navigation. Let's press on and see what we can say about that.
Don't want to have lunch, do you?
Okay, well, let me see how much Trans-Earth Coast we got to do. Let's go through up to the CSM EVA anyway.
Okay.
Okay, Trans-Earth Coast, the first thing I want to mention is passive thermal control was at what I would call unusual latitudes because of the UV and IR requirements. Now, these unusual latitudes did two things. They required us to remaneuver the spacecraft several times and enter and exit PTC several times, which in itself was not a problem. It was just additional coordination. Coincidentally, most of these particular PTC attitudes were within 30, certainly 45 degrees of gimbal lock most of the time. So we were looking at the red apple a good portion of the trip home. But they also, some of those attitudes where you actually were not in, we were in attitudes and or PTC at these relatively unusual positions. Change the equilibrium heat load on the spacecraft. You could see it in RCS, quad temperatures were all right, but you could see it in helium package temperatures. And most notably, you could see it on the change in condensation from the tunnel hatch to the forward hatch. The tunnel hatch eventually, for most of the way home, ended up to be very dry. And about the second day out on the way home, the center hatch got soaking wet to the point that I even took a dry rag and wiped off some of the latch components and some of the gearbox components externally. Not that it did any good, but there was just that much water on it. I think this is all due to the PTC attitudes required for the Simba experiments on the way home.
It was colder in the spacecraft, too.
Oh, yes, it was colder in the spacecraft.
Not as cold as the commander thought it was. But
That's
it was
right.
Cold.
Cold enough to warm up.
On the commander's orders. And I just mentioned we warmed it up with the ground's suggestion of an extra inverter and going to manual on the temp in. I think we discussed that yesterday.
Ron, all your rough snap changes, your torquing, platform torquings, all those went very well, I thought.
They went great, really well.
And all the way back home, it was just changing attitudes, with the exception of the EVA day, which we'll cover here shortly.
CSM EVA.
Okay, on EVA prep, I think the only anomaly we came across was the CMP's, well, let's see, on EVA prep, but we really didn't have any. We didn't know anything at that point. I was going to say on the CMP's compare. But the EVA prep went right down the line, essentially. It was all well laid out within the experiments checklist, and we checked things off as we went, and stayed pretty much on the timeline. We started about a half hour early and stayed a half hour early.
We started. We were half hour early throughout the whole thing, and we lost that half hour and open the hatch just about, and turn TV on exactly on time, and I can't remember a small little
It was the
something
comm
that
carrier.
chasing down.
Comm carrier.
Comm carrier change.
Comm
We
carrier
lost that
change.
half hour
Right.
during a comm carrier change on a tone. Ron, I'd like to add that post-EVA, that I think one thing that helped us immensely on what ended up to be, I think, a very fine entry stowage was that we sort of backed off after the EVA and took a good long list at the long-range stowage as well as the post-EVA stowage, and really effectively started housekeeping, cleaning up the cabin, and effectively stowing some of the articles that were not going to be used any further in the mission for entry at that time.
At that point in time, yes, we
So our
did.
entry stowage really started with the post-EVA time frame period, and I think that really helped us out in the long run.
Okay, I think we should mention how we got out of the suits on this thing. To me, that was a pretty important way to get things done. And
The only change to the prep and/or post was the order in which we doffed and donned suits, because it was very evident that there were certain convenient ways, because of the way the suits were stowed and the way people fit into the checklist, that we, when we donned the suits, the commander got donned.
You got him
first.
And I did, and
Then the LMP and the CMP got donned last, and it worked out very fine that way. Plus, the CMP had less work to do in his suit, which also aided him in the long run. When we doffed,
I went first.
the LMP
Yeah, because I was stuffing the
went
suit.
first,
Okay, then you.
then the CDR, and then the CMP. And that wasn't exactly the way it was called for, but that's the way it worked out.
that's the way it worked out the best.
And we stowed our suits in the L-shaped bag prior to putting the center couch back in, which was another good decision, I believe, in helping us get the suit stowed back in that L-shaped bag.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's go on down cabin depress. No problems. A normal depress. Hatch opening. Even though the hatch was completely, or the cabin was completely depressed, I think we're reading zero pressure on the thing. As soon as I opened the hatch, there was enough residual pressure or something inside the spacecraft that it actually tended to pull the hatch out of my hand.
Suit is bleeding into the cabin all the time, so you never truly get zero.
That's right, you never truly get zero on the thing, but the dump valve was still open. And if I had not been hanging onto the hatch, it would have blown it all the way open.
Well, Ron, to give you an idea, that's not unexpected, because it's exactly what we had on the lunar surface. We completely dump the lamp, and I'd still have to break that hatch loose and hold it open about 6 or 8 inches until things just vented, and then I could leave go of the hatch and open it all the way. If I didn't, it would slam back closed.
So we had an inward.
Oh, yeah. Different type of.
So it was basically the same thing. You got to open it and really let things get down to zero.
Okay, well, when I opened the hatch, then all of the, excuse me, all the little ice crystals and everything started flowing out. A pin went floating by, and something else went floating by. Wasn't quite sure what it was. But there's all kinds of little particles and pieces start coming out through the hatch.
But I sure didn't see. I looked specifically for the scissors. I didn't see any scissors go out that hatch. I hate to say it.
None of them went by my watch.
I didn't. None of them went by me. Ron, I'd like to say that they went out the hatch, but I sure didn't see them go. Sure, you didn't see them go by?
I didn't see. I caught the one thing and started to go by me, and we put it in your pocket.
You got it.
Twist strap.
Okay, once all the particles and junk was out of the way, then you just push the hatch open. We had disconnected the counterbalance with the tool B there, so that we locked the hatch in the open position. So I just shoved it open, and it went beyond the center position and locked in the open position with no problem. Egress had a tendency, I guess, just like any other thing, it seems like you want to float up, and I had a tendency to float up against the MDC and had to consciously duck and get as close, my face as close as I could to the bottom of the hatch in order to get past the, get the OPS past the MDC and get on out. TV and DAC installation worked fine. I could hang on with the right hand on the hatch, the great big D handle on the hatch, and with the TV pole in my left hand, and it worked out real fine. Just stick it in there and then line it up with the mark and make sure it was locked in or clamped in. And then climbed on up the pole to turn the TV on, or turn the DAC on. And it was, you couldn't see the light. I couldn't see the light on the thing, but you could feel the camera running once you turn it on. You could just touch it and you could feel it vibrating a little bit. The lunar sounder cassette retrieval, I think that should be on the onboard or on the air-to-ground tapes. As I was describing most everything that was going, there's no problem. The pan camera cassettes were next. No problem on the pan camera cassettes. In the pan camera, it's obviously a bigger mass, and it's quite apparent when you try to move that big mass around that it is heavier and it weighs more than the other things. It's easy to move, but it just takes a little more effort to get it started. And you know that if you ever get it started in one direction, it's going to keep on going. You have to stop it. So I just moved everything real slow, tried to keep it under control. Mapping camera cassette had the same problem I had in the Simbay C² S², getting the thermal cover off. It's stuck underneath the mapping camera or laser altimeter door. But there was no real problem. I had the feet in the shoes, just give it a big jerk, and then it finally came off. Simbay inspection, that's all covered in the onboard, the air-to-ground tapes. TV and DAC removal, again, was real simple. Just had to squeeze the lever, and TV came out, and it was easy to hang on with one hand and maneuver the TV around and point it toward the moon, because I didn't have to worry about shining it into the sun. When I tried to, again, hang on with one hand and point the TV around toward the Earth, the Earth was, well, maybe 10 or 15 degrees, probably 15 degrees from the sun. And I tried to be a little more accurate on the thing, and when I did that, then I lost, kind of effectively really lost control of my body position, because I was trying to I think, maneuver the camera. And you need both hands to maintain your body control again. So rather than try to flash the camera through the sun or something like that, I gave up on trying to point the camera out the Earth. Comm during EVA was loud and clear for me throughout the EVA. There was a lot of background noise, the hissing of the airflow, and I'm sure that was probably coming over the box circuit. But
I don't think anyone didn't appear to me that anyone had any trouble on the ground region.
I think one of the big advantages there around the L&P, that one thing we did, because it was bothering him at first, I turned your box sensitivity down about 2 notches. And apparently that really improved the conform, is the impression I had.
I had that impression from the ground. I don't know if it made any difference or not, but I got the impression that did help.
Comm into the cabin was excellent. I never had any trouble understanding you. I had the hissing in the background, but we...
yeah, I thought it sounded much better than I remembered other flights sounding. On the air-to-ground.
Well, our CMP made more noise than us.
I guess I used the wrong word better. It was clear.
Clear. Ingress seemed to me like it was easier than the egress.
Yeah.
For some reason. Hatch closing was harder than I anticipated. And I guess maybe this is the same reason is that I must have been exhausting into the cabin all the time. And just that the hatch would come closed to within about an inch of closing on the outer edge, and then it took an effort to pull the hatch closed so that you could activate the latching handle, so that you could get the latches over center. Of course, once you got the first stroke on the latching handle and got the latches over center, then it's real easy. Just a couple more cranks on the hatch closing. Cabin repress was nominal.
Let me add my comments here. This is LMP. All I did was work in the hatch area, and I want to emphasize, I think what everybody has always said is that you do your best work when you take things slow and easy and just let yourself move yourself in small increments to where you want to go. You can turn and dip and raise yourself up. And I think it's also useful for any cabin hatch or port operations to have somebody else available to push you out on your tether as far as you want to go or pull you in. It just eases the operation. Gene was doing this occasionally for me. But with the struts and everything available there was never any feeling that I didn't have a way to control my body position. Sometimes it took a few seconds to get it where I wanted it, but it was clear. The one thing, invariably, every time I went back inside, I had this 90-degree disorientation feeling for a few seconds until I got the perspective of the cabin again and said, okay, that's right. And I get back in, and then I'd go back outside, and I come back in again, and then once again it seemed as if the cabin had rotated 90 degrees to my perspective. And it's just something that's no problem. It's just a change of perspective for some reason that I experienced several times. I guess the biggest problem working in that angle for me, sun angle, or attitude, was I had the sun full face.
You had the sun in your eyes most of the time.
And so it made it hard to look in detail and see what you were doing. You were clear image. You were there, and I could see every major operation doing it, but if I had to specifically see details, it was...
Oh, I know. One point I wanted to make also was that I had no awareness whatsoever that I had an umbilical on my back. I never got the feeling that the umbilical was tugging on me, restricting my movements, or anything. I didn't even know it was there. And did you observe at any time, did the umbilical ever get tangled around my feet?
The umbilical was easy to tend, and I frankly don't remember a single time when I had to clear it. There may have been one. I have a vague impression that one time I asked you to hold up, or maybe I didn't say anything. I just moved it away from a handhold or something. But the umbilical was very didn't tend to snake around, and it was you seemed to have everything you needed on it.
It worked out real good. I didn't even know it was there. I guess that's the point I was making. Is that really being tied to the umbilical does not restrict your movement or give you a feeling that it is restricting your movement at all. Suit doffing and storage, I think we've already discussed that. This is continuing on the EVA part of it, but this is a different section here, suit doffing and storage. We've already mentioned the suit doffing and storage. The light flash phenomena, three of us were blindfolded for an hour and never saw a light flash.
That was the second round.
The second round, on the way back, and transverse. Eating, resting, exercise, and comfort.
Let me add to the light flashes, LMP, that that evening, I guess it was, I did see them again, falling asleep. So
I did too.
So there was just that period, apparently, during the actual experiment that for some reason they weren't visible.
think we've discussed the eating, resting, exercise, and comfort already. Cabin atmosphere. The one thing that I don't think we've ever mentioned yet, and I think should be noted, is that we never really utilized the waste storage vent to get rid of any odors out of that waste storage compartment. And if you kind of drifted over in that area, it was always apparent you were in that area if you got real close to it. I thought it was.
I never noticed it. I never noticed it. I think
I
generally...
guess maybe I did when you opened the door. That's when you really noticed it.
The cabin generally turned over the atmosphere in pretty good style. It got saturated sometimes with gas, and it took a few minutes. But once the source of that gas was plugged up, the cabin did a good job of recirculating, cleaning out the.
I think it did. I think real good.
Flight plan updates were super. The flight plan was excellent, and they were held to a minimum, and we really didn't change any part of the entire flight except a few dates and times and what have you here and there. Attitudes. But other than that, it was really at a minimum. Let's say the entry preparations really began after EVA and continued all through the next day. And we had very little final stowage to do on entry morning. Just those things that we had to leave unstowed until we got out of our sleep restraints. So we basically just had to tie the big bags down on A1 and 2 and 7 and 8. And final entry preparations went by the checklist. And if anything, we stayed about 5 minutes ahead throughout the entire checklist, including separation and activation of the command module RCS, and picked that 5 minutes up, of course, right at 05G, which came on time. The communications, I thought, were very good through that period of time. We were through Araya the last couple minutes prior to RRT, and I understand now the ground heard everything we said right on through blackout, into blackout. And then and as soon as we came out of blackout, they still had Araya, and they could read us, and we could have read them, but they never transmitted anything.
Oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm running out of tape here.
No, I can't think of anything else.
Well, on the corridor checks, so we got Horizon and Moonset, right?
Yeah.
Without any, with problem of looking, but.
But we had them all, and they all were within seconds of the actual time.
They were all within seconds, and you know, in this CMS, I'd always look for the 2G when the corridor light would go out, though. I didn't even notice it in the flight. So I must have been, I was either watching something else, I must have been checking the EMS or the
Okay, this is tape number 14, continuation of section 23.0 with Jack Schmidt.
Okay, flight data file, CSM. Generally, I have nothing but praise for the flight data file, both vehicles. There was very, very few things that one could have asked for to improve that data file for Apollo 17 at any rate. One comment on the flight plan supplement. We had split pages for a number of the logging, medical and food logging, and that probably was a mistake. I think the idea was fairly good initially, but the pages, we tended to only use that in the book as a whole, and it was a good place to keep them. And also the pages, if you had wanted them split, were too thin to maintain the split, and they tended to fall out of the book. I would recommend either not splitting or having heavier paper. if you want them split. I had an extra cue card built for panel 229. I think it was an excellent card that summarized the circuit breaker functions both on 229 and on panel 8. Because we had no systems anomalies of any significance that would relate to that card, it was not used, but I would strongly recommend its availability, if only for training during SIMS. It's a good quick review of what you lose or retain for those two panels. In the flight plan, I added some pen and ink cues along the margins for certain observational targets that I particularly wanted to look at. These are independent of any designated experiment, and I entered them as a function of time, and that seemed to work very well for me. I think it had that kind of thing as an individual preference item. And if you have experiment, it ought to be flight planned. If you're just planning to use your spare time for specific observational targets or types of observations, then I think the pen and ink is maybe the easiest way to go, since it shouldn't concern any large number of people. Gordy Fullerton fixed up the circular orbital cue card for me with a similar designation of craters as a function of time. I did not use that, not because it wasn't a good idea, but because of familiarity with the moon, which came very quickly after a couple orbits, and you could recognize your position on the moon fairly easily as a function of each rev, either the time in the rev, approximate time since sunset, or just because you could look out the window and tell where you were. In the LIM, the same comments apply. I think all the flight data file items were excellent. I did not use the data card book to the extent that I know it was used on 15 and maybe on 16. We logged most of our specific items, such as alignment data and comparable kinds of things, in the checklist at the point where they were collected rather than in the data book, and this did not seem to raise any difficulty at any time. The cuff checklist we've talked about, I think, in the surface items. I thought the cuff checklist was excellent. I think we did the things. We had the right kind of photo maps in there that were useful for reference where we were around a given station. I don't think we used them as much as I had anticipated using them, mainly because navigation was no problem, and the points that we had selected pre-flight were excellent points for investigation, and there was no need to try to decide on alternative points to try to study in the vicinity of a given station. The list of items to be accomplished at each station are really, they were mind joggers to read at each station. Were not as used as much as I thought they would be initially, but I think that was mainly because we at least I had become so familiar with the items that each station was in itself easy to recall as a result of having created the checklist. So checklist it turned out to be more of a learning item rather than a reference item for use on the surface. I wouldn't have done it any differently, however. I particularly want to compliment the Chuck Lewis on the timeline book. That was, I really can't sing on it, but the timeline book was very, very well done, and we had no problems with the timeline book at all. But that, of course, applies to every checklist that we had. There were just no procedural errors that I recall in any of the books that we used. Fortunately, we didn't have to use the malfunction book, or only once did I pull out the systems data book to check on a systems problem, and I right now can't remember what that was. I don't remember what it was. Well, I did use it once. Charts and maps. I thought in the CSM that I would use the orbit monitor charts. I guess that's what they're called. And I had an extra one put on so it wouldn't interfere with the planned activities of the CMP. I did not use that very much. I eventually did some sketching on it post-TEI. I think there are about 5 specific points that I labeled as areas, A, B, C, D, maybe E, and these are referenced on my crew notebook, in my crew notebook for specific observations. But in general, I did not put that to as much use as I expected. One item is that chart should have been identical to the CMP's chart, and there were a few pen and ink changes left off of it that caused some confusion at one point. Pen and ink exposure settings for certain photo targets. The CSM lunar landmark maps that the LMP had added in the rear of that book, again, were not used. I really thought I would use those, but you became reluctant as you were observing a specific point or area, target, say, such as Gagarin or something like that, to take time out to sketch on the photo. I tended, for the 2 or 3 minutes that observation was possible of a given area, I tended to look and then at the first opportunity to take notes in the notebook rather than trying to sketch on the photograph. And I suspect that this was because I tended to look for generalizations about the target that I was trying to observe rather than checking out specific individual features. And there really did not seem to be any need to make notes about specific points on the pictures, and as a result I did not use them. Again, though, I think having selected them and studied them pre-flight made it worth having them around. The necessity for flying them was probably less than the necessity for having reviewed them and studied them. I think I still, if I had to do it again, I still would want to have that kind of data available in the spacecraft, even though on this particular mission it was not used. I do think, though, that the CMP used his visual target maps considerably, and I did on a couple occasions use some of the ones that he had. Again, but for the most part, that was post-TEI, and I made some notes and sketches on some of those maps. And I think that just a function that there was a lot of time to look at the moon and make a sketch and then look back and fix it up post-EEI, where in orbit the time just did not exist. As Dick Gordon said a couple years ago, and once you start flying, the clock is relentless. Okay, general flight planning. I was not very closely involved in the flight planning. Ron sort of carried the burden of that for both Gene and myself. The flight plan was excellent. We had no problems with it at all that I'm aware of. Tommy Holloway and his people are to be complimented on that. The number of different requirements and experiments and general operational items that were required to be integrated one with the other was very, very high, and it was done in an extremely competent and usable way. And I can't think of anything that I would change in the way the flight plan was written. Okay, 23.5 pre-flight support. Pre-flight support was excellent in the flight data file area. And one specific item that I had was once the flight plan was well established, just about at the final stage, I had two or three briefing sessions where in the portions of the lunar orbit flight plan that I was going to be during which I would be was going to be in the spacecraft, in the CSM. We went over in detail the attitudes and maneuvers and the window availability, so that I was able to plan in a very short amount of time, with minimum effort on my part, my own personal observations of the lunar surface, and which went very well as far as planning was concerned. Appreciated that. That was extra above and beyond the call of duty on the part of the flight planners, and I appreciated their taking time out to do that for me. I think it was useful to have I think it was a day-long session where the flight controllers and the crew and the flight planners sat around in one room and went over those portions of the flight plan which were not normally simulated. It turned out that the flight plan had been so well done that I doubt if there were any specific items that came up that we needed to change, or there seemed to be a lack of coordination on. This was in contrast to previous flights where I think we were still learning, all of us were learning on how to put together flight plans and integrate requirements. Apollo 17 flight plan apparently reached the peak of perfection. I was a little bit disappointed in that briefing in that some of the people who would be eventually intimately involved in the mission were not at the flight plan review. And I think this was because of conflicts with other programs which were the center was carrying out at the time. Okay, 24.0, visual sightings. Well, we've covered the countdown, and launch, I think, pretty well in the previous sections. Also powered flight, Earth orbit. I think the transcript would cover the visual sightings that I made with respect to weather and a few geographic observations, and the same would go for the fairly extensive weather observations that I tried to make trans-Earth or trans-lunar. Trans-Earth, we had only a small crescent of an Earth, and it was not feasible to do any extensive weather observations. I don't know whether I've recorded yet that although we had light flashes just about continuously during the whole flight when you were dark adapted, and I may have even had one which I thought was a flash on the lunar surface during the first rev. That one period of time when we had the blindfolds on for the AlphaMet experiment, there just were no visible flashes. Although that night, before I went to sleep, I noticed I was seeing the light flashes again. So it just seemed to be that one interval either side of that interval on either side of it where the light flash phenomena was not visible to myself or to the other two crewmen. Lunar orbit, I think the transcript and my crew notebook would cover all the visual sightings that I can remember at this stage without going over it orbit by orbit and feature by feature with the photography, and I think that has to come later. Entry we've covered in the previous briefings, and I think the same goes for landing and recovery. Why don't you stop at a second text? 25.0, pre-mission planning for the LMP. It's hard to think of, once again, of anything that we didn't do right. I'm sure that might have been different had we had problems on the flight, but the way the flight went, the total plan, the integration of the mission requirements into that plan, although there were periods of some difficulty pre-flight, particularly in the area of medical requirements, and in some last-minute possible scientific requirements, particularly on the samples, everything seemed to get resolved satisfactorily, as near as I could tell, and I can't think of anything that was not handled very well, and between the people who were levying the requirements and the flight planners in particular, and occasionally when the crew had to be involved, that was handled almost entirely by the support crew, Bob Parker in the science area and Gordy Fullerton and Bob Overmeyer in the operational areas. There were no significant spacecraft changes in the course of our training period. Ron, I guess the biggest single area that took time was one that Ron had to deal with, and that was Lunar Sounder. Most of our ALSEP changes were all taken care of prior to our training, and we had a few minor suggestions that were taken care of early in the training cycle, and we essentially had an up-to-date ALSEP to train with, and all other lunar surface gear was up to date for most of the 12-month training period, or the final 12 months of the training period. Mission rules and techniques were fairly well defined very early by Phil Schaefer and his crowd in the techniques area, and the mission rules, certainly Jerry Griffin and people working on that. no major changes, and the only changes were all I felt in the right direction, in that they enhanced the probability of making a landing and a successful mission. They generally were in the area of opening up possibilities for workarounds so that a mission could be completed. We really never had to exercise any of the mission rules in an abnormal way. I think the one time that mission rule tended to, let me finish this, Chuck, I'll be right. A mission rule tended to be fairly clearly a controlling factor was in the limitation on the work at Station 4 or Shorty Crater, where we were up against the walkback constraints, and terminated that work after only 35 minutes, where another 30 minutes there I think would have been extremely valuable, although I hope that we got enough information that the phenomena exposed at that crater can be understood. Okay, why don't you stop it? 26.0 Mission Control. Typically outstanding support for Mission Control. I think this includes the number of extracurricular hours that the LIM people and the ECOMs for the CSM in particular put in with me on Saturdays and other times, just generally talking over systems and techniques and mission rules, and that was a major factor in helping me understand and keep up to speed on those items. I think the help that they gave me in designing, and fact is they essentially did the design of the emergency cue cards that we did for Apollo 17 for the LIM, was a major contribution. Although fortunately we did not use them, they still made it possible to understand very quickly systems problems and to solve those problems in the simulations, and had we required them, I think it would have gone very well. I particularly want to point out the help that Dick Thorson gave in organizing most of the LIM sessions, and even some of the joint CSM LIM sessions that we had. And he also, Thorson also was a major organizer of the creation of and the updating of those emergency cue cards. Human factors, 27.0. Oh, let's go back. That's one other comment on 26.0. Post-flight, it's my understanding that some of the things I had hoped could be done during the flight were not possible because of real-time discussions in the mission control. Specifically, one of those things was to have some summary of the thinking of the science backroom given to me while in flight, and that would be the thinking based on the data that we had transmitted to them verbally and in a sense visually through the television camera. I had hoped that I would have the benefit of their thinking, but apparently this was not possible to do. I would like to think that in the future we can look at ways of using the team approach to science investigations in space, rather than depending solely on the observational capability and the interpretive capability of the men who are performing the job. There's no reason that I can see to not use all the brain power that's available for any given task, and part of that brain power is on the ground. Okay, 27.0. Human factors, pre-flight. The brunt of the discussions and organization from the crew point of view of the pre-flight health stabilization control program was borne by the commander, and the LMP just sort of went along with whatever was decided. I personally did not find any great difficulty in working out and adhering to the requirements of that program. I think medical care, although very limited requirement, was good. A couple of sinus infections I had reacted just like they always had, and we were able over a period of 10 days or 2 weeks to get those cleared up. Time for exercise probably was less than it should have been, although I was able to get a good workout just about every other day, in addition to the workouts we got as a normal course of our EVA training. Eventually, techs started putting on the schedule time in the late afternoon for exercise, and that helped as a reminder and buffer to see that exercise was obtained. It is generally hard, at least in the lunar training program, to get exercise periods in during the day, and quite frequently the exercise was done in the Cape gym at night. I think rest and sleep is an individual thing, and I made a particular effort to always get as much as I possibly could and try never to get behind the power curve on rest, because my personal experience is that is when I tend to get colds and resulting sinus infections. Medical briefing was good. The exams seemed to go very well in my estimation. They were as expeditious as possible under the circumstances. And I think the operational medical personnel who carried out the exams are to be complimented in their efforts to see that the exam was as painless and as efficient as possible. And this should also include the post-flight exams on the Ticonderoga. Eating habits and amount of food consumption were normal, except during those periods of time when we were on the in-flight food prior to launch. And those times there tended to be, in my case, a decrease of appetite, and certainly although the food was certainly palatable, my appetite did go down, and it certainly was not possible for me to eat the amount of food that was provided for me. This also applied to space work, but in the case of the in-flight eating, although I did not eat everything that was available to me in my food packages, I apparently needed to if I had wanted to avoid losing weight. My appetite was down, but also apparently for some reason I had a loss of weight, and at this
time of this recording, my weight is still down, has not gone up to pre-flight levels, which may have been a little high, by the way. Okay, 17.2, flight, appetite, and food preference. Well, I just discussed that a little bit, and the appetite in flight versus 2 weeks pre-flight was less, again, except for when we were testing the pre-flight food, when I also had a low appetite. No notable differences in the taste of food. I think the things I liked pre-flight, I liked in space, and the things I didn't like, I also didn't like. I didn't notice any differences. Change in food preferences as flight progressed. I tended to start to prefer to eat the wet packs and would eat those in preference to any of the other solid foods. I would strongly recommend, from my personal point of view at any rate, that the wet packs be used in preference to the rehydratable. Now, I think that probably you get a different opinion from the other crewmen. The juices were good. After the first period of one and only period of difficulty with loose bowel movements, I did cut out the potassium indicated foods, and although I can't say whether that had any effect or not, but I did not have any other bowel movements, and certainly no more loose ones before the end of the flight. The first bowel movement after flight on the Ticonderoga was normal. The second was very loose. The third was normal, and the fourth and fifth very loose. The size of food portions and the meal portions, of course, were pretty much constant in terms of availability, packaging, but my appetite was very low the first day and gradually increased over the next 2 or 3 days and remained essentially the same after about the third day. I mentioned the most acceptable foods were the wet packs and the juices. The fruit cake I thought was good, although it was possible to eat too much or to get to the point where you didn't want any more. The chocolate was good. I think of the dry crackers or cookies, the graham crackers were probably the most tasty. And peanut butter and jelly sandwiches were quite good. Deviations from the menu and the eat periods are all recorded in the flight transcripts, I'm sure. Okay, food preparation and consumption. Rehydration went, I think, nominally, and the nominal gas was present. Food temperature, there's tended to prefer the foods that were warm or hot, and the hot water was quite adequate for warm foods. We actually, I think, missed the warm foods considerably in the limb where that hot water was not available. I did not notice an effect of water flavor. Water was reasonably tasty. I mean, it did not. I never noticed a high chlorine taste of any kind. Although the gas content did make it a little bit uncomfortable to eat at times.
Spoon bowl packages work pretty well, although those that were finely divided, I tended to cut off the other end of the package, the water insertion end, and use them as a squeeze package. Spoons work perfectly adequate. I tended not to use the fruit in the cans because of just the messiness of opening and those, although they're, I think the technique that Ron worked out of opening it in your inner near your mouth is a good one. Puddings and this kind of thing were very good. It was only the fruits, the canned fruits, that I tended to avoid just because they were inconvenient to use. Food bars during the EVAs I think were good to have, although I never ate more than half of one. It wasn't because it was untasty, it's just because of a maybe a lack of interest in eating and using that time during the EVAs. I think after the EVA, before and after EVAs in the limb, ate very well. There were some things, though, we did not, we avoided. And I guess in my case, after having corn chowder once and it stimulating a major bowel movement, although not a loose one, I did not eat corn chowder. I did not eat the cocoa because I tended to feel like I got a little more gas from cocoa and an aftertaste. I did not eat the shrimp, the seafood items, shrimp and the lobster bisque and these sort of things, because of pre-flight I had noticed that they tended to have a long aftertaste. But otherwise I think all the other foods were certainly acceptable, although many times I did not eat potato-based foods because of they were very filling. Three-day old donut. Okay, food waste storage. I don't know how the germicidal tablet worked. The pouch was okay. Would have been nice to have a little dispenser that was easier to use than the pouch. I don't know whether that would be possible to do or not. It seems to me it would, a little tube dispenser of some kind where they came out more easily. You didn't tend to, we generally just cut the corner off a pouch and squeezed them out, but it was a little inconvenient, nothing major. We used the germicidal tablets, I did at any rate, in all the juice bags and the food spoon bowl bags and the wet packs. I did not use them in the tea and coffee. Undesirable odors, really, except for the passing of gas occasionally by the other crewmen and some occasionally by myself. Undesirable odors were at a minimum. I did not find that the atmosphere was unpleasant as a general rule. I might say that I generally had a continuous, almost continuous passage of gas, most of which apparently was not with significant odor. Only occasionally that seemed to be objectionable to the other crewmen. And I think most of that was the water gas. And the reason I think that is that upon eating, upon starting to eat, there would be an increased desire to pass gas. The increased pressure in my stomach apparently was transmitted almost immediately into the bowels. And I would, after eating, would pass gas for a couple hours to 3 hours. And just before eating the next time, the desire would have pretty well dissipated, and then it would start again immediately upon eating, before any digestion was possible, I'm sure. So I suspect water gas was the main culprit in the LMP's gas problems.
which were not significant. Quantity of food eaten on the lunar surface, I think, was high, although probably no more than half of that food that was available. It's hard to say exactly, and I think that could be worked out maybe with a detailed look at the menus if that is desirable. And to estimate the quantity would be very difficult. Quantity of food discarded on the lunar surface would be difficult without looking at the detailed menus and checking off those items that I'm sure we ate, that I ate at any rate. Skylab fecal container. I don't know that we had that. We used a blue bag.
Oh, that's right. We flew that on 14 in this one.
The blue bag is not a bad way to defecate unless the stool is loose. If it's loose, it's just about impossible to use. And I don't know what you do in zero gravity for loose stools. I don't know of any clever way to prevent that being a problem, and I'm not even sure whatever the Skylab people are using will prevent that from being a problem. The best thing you can do is to work out prevention of loose stools rather than trying to handle them after you get them. A loose stool is one of the major hygiene and sanitary and operational problems that you can have on a flight. I can't emphasize that more. You can, if it happened on a regular basis, on a daily basis, you would, I think, eventually cut the efficiency of the crew member with the problem by a significant percentage, possibly as much as 30%, depending on the magnitude of the problem. I think it's important to try to understand why Apollo 17 was different than 16, and at least in the delay of a problem with loose stools until about the 11th or 12th day, and in the case of the commander, no problem with loose stools. And my personal opinion at this point, based on very little information other than observation in flight and thinking about levels of electrolyte intake, is that with the electrolyte quantity down from that imposed on Apollo 16, that we did not reach a electrolyte saturation level until the 11th or 12th day in terms of the CMP and the LMP, and in terms of the commander, because his electrolyte intake was generally less, I think, and that can be documented, he did not reach a saturation level at all. And when that saturation level was reached, however, in the case of the CMP and LMP, I suspect that the electrolytes we were eating were dumped, in a sense, or concentrated in the intestines and tended to act pretty much as a laxative, and as an Epsom salt type laxative, if you will, and concentrate water in the stool. I think it's important for Skylab that, first of all, we probably reduce the electrolyte intake so that saturation is never reached. And secondly, that if a loose stool problem develops, it appears to be an electrolyte problem rather than any other biological problem, we decrease the intake of electrolytes. This is what I did on my own, and whether or not it worked or not is hard to say because the flight was terminated before any other stools occurred. Okay, water. Chlorine taste and odor was not apparent to me except during chlorination. Iodine taste and odor is very slight, apparent in the limb water, but not of any significance to the LMP. Physical discomfort? No physical discomfort for the LMP, other than tiredness on occasion, and in the case of the EVA work, sore muscles and the bruises under the fingernails. Gas water separator didn't work very effectively, and I'm sure that's been discussed elsewhere. Intensity of thirst during emission, never really thirsty, extensively thirsty, even during the EVAs, although I did stop to take a drink of water occasionally. But I never drank all the water in the in-flight drink bag, in-suit drink bag. Work, rest, and sleep. Okay. Hey Tex, yes. Could you try to call the trailer? Where was I? Work, rest, sleep for the LMP. The difficulty in going to sleep was variable, and when Seconal was used, generally no difficulty in going to sleep. When it was not used, I guess there was a tendency to stay awake a little bit longer, but on other occasions, the absence of Seconal did not seem to affect the rate of going to sleep. There was a tendency on several nights to go to sleep and then wake up fairly soon after going to sleep, within an hour. And then the second time took a little bit, maybe sometimes took up to an hour to go back to sleep. But I feel that the medical log reports for the LMP were generally valid, that probably an average of 5.5 to 6 hours of sleep per night was good, and I don't think, except for maybe one night somewhere in there, did I go much below that. But the sleep was rarely, probably never continuous for more than 3 hours without waking up. I feel that 6 hours is adequate sleep for the kind of work we were doing in space. However, the programming of 8 hours is necessary in order to get 6 hours because of the periods of wakefulness during sleep periods, and for just the difficulty in getting the cabin organized and everybody to bed at the programmed time. So maintaining an 8-hour sleep period is, I think, mandatory in order to obtain the 6 hours that is probably all that is required to perform the mission without getting tired or getting behind the power curve, as they say, with respect to sleep. Restraints, I had the feeling that, did you find anybody over there? I had the feeling that I wanted to have my head and limbs restrained in order to get a good sleep, although I did sleep at times without that restraint. If I were rebuilding the sleep restraints for my personal use, I would make them smaller with a somewhat more feeling of restraint. They're a little bit large, I would say, for use. When I slept in the couch, I tended to put a shoulder strap over my head and cinch it down very lightly so that I had that feeling of head restraint. Probably the biggest two things that made sleep difficult, when it was difficult, was the loss of sensory perception of limb position in zero gravity when they were not being moved. That perception came back immediately upon moving them. But when they were just static and in a rest position, there tended to be, for the LMP at any rate, a loss of sensory perception of the position of the limb.